Hello everyone, welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, the warband had completed the long warp journey from Moab to Verstapp. A mighty duration of 2 days, out of the estimated 60. And, along the way, got to know Endeavour quite well. Not as well as Endeavour was hoping, but quite well nonetheless.
I got an entire arc of my hero. He can relax.
Yes, we will be touching on what happened on Amelie's side of the journey. We'll see how many Tau make passes at her.
Man, those are some brave ass Tau.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that alone helps pick up the chances of the heresy thing. So, nah.
Whereas, on one of the things you missed, DCL, was basically Endeavour climbed into Narcia's lap and bounced for a while. She didn't literally, but that was the only thing she didn't do.
I was oblivious at the start, but now I'm not.
Hey, who's Endeavor again? Which one?
Remember Lathe? The fire planet? The medieval fire planet where we've been hunting down stealth suits? She was the commander for that.
Okay, I was making... Wait. Oh, wait. The Tau?
And she was the commander for the guerrilla factions on this planet. We keep just stumbling into her.
Yeah.
Okay, the reason why I was so
giant ship blew up overleft? It turns out she lived.
The reason why I was so confused... Wait.
Yes, she's been through some shit.
She does have an exoskeleton to walk now, but she lived.
We had a 5-hour session where we just stuck and ate together as a group and played cards.
We did spend 5 hours talking to a bunch of Tau.
Okay, so we are talking about Endeavor, the Tau leader, and Narcia was basically doing everything but bouncing in her lap. That is why I was so confused, because I was just like, Narcia, I thought you were supposed to be subtle.
Oh no, she was hitting on me. Narcia didn't even realize.
Yeah. It was the Tau coming onto Narcia.
Okay.
Not to be confused with the Tau that came into Narcia back on the ship.
Yeah, so that is why I thought Narcia was doing the hitting on.
See, that would make sense if Endeavor was not a female. But she's a girl, so we're gonna have to work for it.
Fair enough. But yes, okay. I'm mostly caught up on, I guess, what I assume was the most important detail now.
No, that was a pretty good setup for the most important detail. The actual most important detail is that the Supreme Tau Authority in the entire sector, the Ornel Riax, has accepted the suggestion of a negotiated truce and has charged your warband with getting the Imperials to agree.
If only getting them to agree to the... If only getting the Tau to come to the peace talks was the hard part, instead of the other way around with the Imperials.
Yeah. With the promise that following the initial truce, she's happy to negotiate a longer-term peace and unity settlement and found a confederation of hope.
Yeah, I have hope, but I'm not sure I have that much. But I need to at least change the name a few times and maybe add a few death and skulls into it before the Empire's on that board with that, but we'll work it out.
Look, Ethereal, best I can do is a defensive pact against the force of chaos.
We could probably get it to be the exact same thing. We just rename it so we sound we feel better about it.
Yeah, no, exactly what she said. Rename it so it sounds more grim.
The Grand Alliance of Order.
Yeah, there you go.
We can even stroke our egos. We can even stroke our egos real hard and call it like the Grand Alliance of Imperial Order to make it sound like we strong-armed them into it. Because I feel like the Empire would be petty like that.
Yeah, actually. You're catching on quick.
Look, whatever stopped the bodies from piling up at this point.
That's basically what Juno argued.
Okay, Merz has a good one. The Entente. Although that's a little bit French, but...
No, that's why we call it that. If we make all the condescending in French, then nobody else wants to be condescending about it.
Good point. Yeah.
We let the French be assholes, everybody else will calm down.
It's also one of the worst alliances ever.
Was fine.
Yes. Up until one of the major parties got invaded and then the other one tried to nope out.
Well, I mean, if it was horrible, then that just means the Imperials have all the more reason to pretend like it wasn't.
I was referring to World War One.
I know.
France got invaded and England's just like, all right, pulling my troops back. So long as Germany doesn't attack. Oh, God damn it.
I was already making reference to how Warhammer is based like on alternate history, and anything that's like Imperial history to them or on the side of humanity is usually like talked up to the point of, that was a total success, even though everything was bad and failure.
That's just propaganda. Yeah.
Oh God!
Listen, the only people that win every day is the Imperial.
Yep.
So that being a horrible failure is why we need to use it as our name, because the bigger failure it is, the more we have to talk it up like it's great.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. It works very well for the Tau, which I'm okay with the Tau. It's normal,
Guys,
sane.
Where are the Elder up to?
Well, if we go to the fucking torture bone map, maybe we'll find out. But
We seem to be kind of pressed for time, but it will also be nice to know what they're
other shit
up
to do than mess with the Eldar. I'm sure they'll be fine.
What worries me is that they probably won't be fine. They're probably very much offended and they might try to break up the talks.
Why?
They wouldn't be that direct after having gone about this so weirdly. They just quietly kidnap Endeavour and then send her back with a newly scrimshawed spine.
Hey, the new spine might work better than her current one, so there's that.
It'd be intact, for one.
Something tells me I need to start moving and keeping a close eye on Endeavour.
Well, yes, for multiple reasons.
I'm pretty sure she would like to keep a close eye on you, too.
I mean, you should keep your enemies close. Just seems proper battle clock. Oh, wait, you mean the other way.
I mean it the Amy way, yes.
Wait, so you mean violence or sexually?
Sexually.
Oh, okay, the other Amy way.
I feel like there's a significant Venn diagram between those two concepts for you.
That aside, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, that's heresy, right?
Yes, don't do that.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, like, what actually happens if you do it, though? Like, do you get sick or something? Do you have weird alien hybrid babies?
Okay. A, yes, you might get sick. B, probably not babies. C, your soul will probably be damned for all time.
Wait, why would my soul be damned for all time?
The Emperor is very specific about minimizing contact with Xenos. While I do hope that stance is changing, based on the fact that he hasn't smote me for misusing his powers yet, still, I don't think intimate contact with with aliens is appropriate.
Juno?
Yes?
Few things here. First of all, intimate contact with Xenos is indeed perilous for the soul, but you might be happy to know the reason why you still have your powers is because if you were to consult some of the more unedited historical records we have, the Empire at least before the Age of Strife, wasn't always so keen on exterminating every other life form they came across. It's a more recent development.
Yes,
I mean,
during
frankly, the
the
best way.
reign of the Emperor.
Even then, there were still some Xenos that were okayed. Not many. You can probably count them on one hand, but there were a few that were allowed to exist within Imperial territory, no less.
Well, good. Then
But-
please compile a list of as much of that as you can find that can be verified, and then I can rub that on Reeve and Gel's face.
Yeah, it would be nice if there were no fucking. If that wasn't rectified aggressively.
I
Well, I
trust
guess
you
for
to
my.
deal with it.
Well, I guess to circle back to Endeavor, I'll just play hard to get. I won't touch her unless she manages to beat me in combat.
No.
Hand-to-hand combat, just to be safe.
Okay, but then you also still don't touch her sexually.
Well, yeah.
Okay, good. We're all on the same page here.
Well,
I've
good news
given
is I don't think
Eloa a pass because Eclectic's kind of a robot, but
Eclectic's complicated, and I just don't think about it.
yeah, same basically.
Yeah.
Sage nodding all around.
God, this is gonna be fucking rough.
Well,
Also, Amelie, you haven't told us about your time on the Tau ship.
oh yeah.
And Jeff. I heard Jeff was there too.
What did you two get up to?
Well, first I was teaching them the basics of Tai Chi.
You doing what? With what? What? When? Didn't it just keep you in the brig for the whole trip?
What? No. I mean, they tried at first, before realizing that was pointless.
I wouldn't even say they particularly tried. If they did, then they have a really weird definition of brigs. Was almost nicer than rooms here.
No, that's exactly what I mean. They tried to ask me to stay in my room very, very softly. I can't even say sternly. Like, they just politely asked me to stay put, and I said no, and after that, they just let me do whatever.
Huh.
We basically had the full run of the ship.
I see. Well, I can't say it was much different for Endeavor here, so that makes sense.
I mean, she was heavily restricted, but it was a very nice dinner party.
If anything, it constantly makes me wonder why we're fighting with the Tau.
Well, technically, they're fighting with us.
They did
Like,
actually start it this time, but
Yeah, no, they invaded our territory. That's the thing you forget. As nice as the Tau are, they're still an expansionist aggressive force. We are also expansionist and aggressive, but we haven't gotten the opportunity to fire the first shot.
right, not that
I
we
mean-
wouldn't have if we had the chance, they just had a warp storm. And the point is, though, that we're trying to avoid fighting the Tau in the future.
Yes.
Right. Well, so long as we keep the right people alive, it should be easy. So, that's why I need to hurry up and get over on watch on Endeavor. Because now that you mentioned that somebody might try to take her out, I'm starting to get a little worried.
I mean, I highly suspect someone will eventually, and yeah, keep an eye on her.
Indeed, it probably would be a good idea for you to keep an eye on her. If there's anybody who's going to get assassinated on the ship, it's probably either me or her, and I can just have a Space Marine follow me around.
I mean, usually it's my job, but...
Speaking of him, have you... How do you take the news?
Oh!
If you broke it to him yet.
No.
No.
Well, I was going to do an all-hands briefing once we got back to Moab, so yes, we'll deal with that. Given recent developments, I'm sure even the Space Marines can understand that we have bigger problems than the little fish people.
See? Jeff, optimistic as always. That's our captain.
I don't get me wrong, Doc. I expect he'll be able to restrain himself from just trying to kill her, but He's probably not going to be happy about sharing a ship long term.
Well,
Most-
as
Sorry?
long as we have him not doing anything about it, he can be grumpy. He's allowed that much, at least. Look, I think we can all agree here that if we're going to get this done, we're probably not going to do it with a lot of the Empire coming along nicely and quietly. We're going to at least have to deal with some sass.
Yes, we're not going to be very popular in the immediate future, but that is a sacrifice we're going to have to make for the future stability of the sector, if not the Imperium as a whole.
God, generally, most of the crew, now that I think about it, they're not going to be happy to know we're quote-unquote harboring a Xeno.
I mean, we've technically been doing that this entire time.
Besides, all we need to do is spin this up in a different way. We're just trying to ally, or at least put away one enemy so we can focus our efforts on destroying the others.
Exactly, which is factually true.
We only have, even the Empire only has so many resources. We need to focus all of ours on destroying the enemies we do have and can destroy.
Right, the enemies that will not take prisoners, or if they do, we'll just torture them to death, and will burn and destroy all of our worlds instead of simply occupying them.
It's insane that the Tau managed to make so many advancements on our territories. You know, the local forces will probably never agree to let them keep all the planets they're currently hauled off.
Well, we can sort of deal with that once the Black Crusade is over and most of those planets have probably been burned.
I mean, the local populations are sure trying to burn them down themselves.
Exactly.
This galaxy has a lot of fires, and we're not going to put them out without getting a little burnt.
You know what? If this was easy, we probably wouldn't be assigned with dealing with it.
Who the fuck assigned us to this? I made this mission up for us myself.
God himself! You are living proof!
Okay, I mean, I guess that's fair, yes.
If the Emperor didn't at some point just want us to go through with our plans, we would be smitten out of existence. Clearly, we're doing something right to be in the position that we are right now.
Or, at the very least, we aren't doing shit too far wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
If my ability to channel the throne's power ever begins to weaken, I will assure you I will correct course immediately, but for now, if anything, it's only grown stronger over time. So I must assume we're doing something right.
Well then, let's keep doing it. I'm going to go try to figure out where Endeavor is. Did she leave the ship already?
No, we're taking her back with us.
Ah, right. I'll go watch her then.
Okay.
She is probably off ship at this specific moment, making sure she has everything required for a long-term stay with you.
I'm going to go track her down. Not a moment to waste.
Captain? You realize what this is, right?
What is this?
Ordo Xenos dealing with Xenos. The world must be coming to an end. We're actually dealing with Xenos.
Holy shit, she's right. You just hear Amelie scream from
Wait,
outside the
Ordo
door.
Xenos, where?
Us!
Oh.
Oh, that also reminds me. She still thinks we're rogue traders, right?
Not
I mean,
so much
obviously,
now.
she knows we're not just rogue traders. She knows we're probably Inquisitors, but she's not gonna say it because she's trying to be diplomatic.
I mean, we never mentioned anything, and everything we've done has been entirely within the purview of being rogue traders, so...
Well, if she's not gonna bring it up, then I'm not.
I see no reason to bring it up. I don't think we ever actually sat down and told Eclectic either, but it just sort of came up. And she was fine with it, so whatever.
I mean, Eclectic is missing the vast majority of her memory, so of course it would be alright. She has nothing else to fall back to. Oh god, this is gonna be a long fucking journey, isn't it? That reminds me. Our crew quarters do tend to catch on fire with a disturbing regularity, right?
Yes.
Should probably warn her about that. Or do I let that be a surprise?
Unfortunately, it seems like no amount of having a fire suppression system or warning or anything else really seems to affect the fact that we just spontaneously combust in the warp. So I don't see that it matters one way or the other.
Yeah, I should probably give Endeavor the safety briefing for warp travel.
Yeah, that would be wise. Why don't you go ahead with Amelie?
I'm not sure I can physically catch up with Amelie, but I'll try. Now we walk off. Emphasis on walk, because fuck trying to catch up with Amelie. Exactly. Fires happen in the warp all the time. It's just that it's always the crew quarters with us. It's, better than the Geller field, but Jesus.
It's just a reality of sailing in an ocean that is trying to kill you.
Maybe, now that I've done the deed, they will not be poking the bedroom. They'll poke somewhere else. Unless they weren't watching and they want me to do it again. And they start poking extra hard at the bedrooms. Such pricks.
Alright. So I think, Juno, since you can just call Cold Strife, you'll probably be first one to make contact. Yeah, you can get that sorted. But you will that you'll that all of this will make Endeavour a very comfortable captain. But are you going to make similar accommodations for the rest of her staff?
Like her battle suit.
See, when I say
Sorry, I
more
mean
comfortable, I
stealth.
meant like accessibility things for her, not being able to walk properly without a suit. Like things like a walk-in bath, for instance, or handrails on things. Although,
Exactly. It's
if
not like
there's
we're gonna build a gantry for maintenance on the suit.
how much staff is Endeavor bringing anyway?
It's probably going to be in total about a dozen Tau.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, if we'll clear out a small barracks for those dudes, and yeah, if there's anything we can do to make their physical space more comfortable, might as well.
It's going to be her, a representative of the water caste, a couple of Farcast bodyguards, and a selection of the Earth caste to, keep all of their tech working.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm gonna have to warn them about just how hostile everything is going to be. Travel, the crew, the rest of the Empire.
To be honest, Amelie's probably working on that already.
Yeah. Juno signing off on all that. Yeah, Amy, you can get to where Endeavour is. She is currently discussing with a Tau in watercast robes as to, well, does Amy speak Tau?
I would assume no.
You would know if you've spent the XP on it.
Actually, that's a good point. Since I was not here last week, I didn't spend any XP. At this point, I feel like it would be worth it to learn the language, because for getting the peace talks, I kind of need the initiative of knowing when shit goes south. Do you mind if I spend the XP now?
Go for it.
How much? Okay, so it's a language skill. I doubt I have any of the aptitudes, so it's probably just going to be the most expensive.
Oh, let's have a look.
Linguistics.
Hey, it's general, so you have one. And intelligence.
Yeah, no, not an aptitude.
Well,
So,
just
200 XP.
Okay. That's not bad at all. Do I need to put any extra ranks into that for any reason?
If you want to be better at it, yes, but in general, one will be enough for you to get by. It's just you'll have, weird human accent.
I'll do 2. Just to show I'm making the extra effort. Because I'm going to need to do that to make up for my very middling fellowship score in case anything social needs to happen. I'm going to leave that mostly to Juno, but in case I'm the only one around, because I'm going to be standing around them a lot, I'll just spend the extra XP because I'm not going to spend on anything else anytime soon.
Fair enough. So it'll be 600 total for 2
Yeah.
weeks.
Trained.
Alright, yes. We'll come up to them and they are discussing exactly which Tau to select for the mission and how many drones they think they can get away with.
Do they know our relationship with drones?
They seem to be slightly aware, but not to the extent they'll find out.
Well, the equivalent of our Earthcast, I guess it would be, has a jihad declared upon all artificial intelligence.
Oh, not all. They're still the cats.
All artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that's
Because the cats are anything but fucking intelligent.
No, that's actually what it's an acronym.
Look, if you've played Deathwing, like the actual tabletop, you know how fucking retarded cats are.
I'm just saying. It doesn't apply to cats for some reason.
Well, if anything, Amelie will...
Because the cats aren't really AI in any measurable way. They just have pre-programmed responses. And then when they reach something they don't know about, they just run into it repeatedly.
They're Roombas. They're literally Roombas. Yeah.
Amelie will speak up in Tau native language and go, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Our empire looks very poorly on artificial intelligence.
The watercast will nod. Say, well, yes, I am well aware, but there is a requirement for some, at least. It is just a matter of working out the best compromise between not offending you all and enabling the captain to actually be useful.
Question. What do you need the drones for? I assume just basic self-defense and information gathering?
Probably more like just cleaning.
Partially that. Well, so generally ease of life performances, and then Endeavor will speak up. And if I am ever to join you in combat operations, my battle suit is only capable of operating at maximum efficiency with at least 2 drones to share to form a digital network.
Okay, out of character. So before I commit to anything, we have these Tau peace talks, and what else? Are we going to be doing anything else in between going over to the Tau peace talks? Or at least
we had the Tau peace talks. Our objective now is to go back to the Imperium and get all of these fucking nerds to the table.
Right, okay, right. So we're going. All right, I just wanted to make sure before I say and commit anything. Because, yeah, if I'm going to be your bodyguard, I'm going to say, like, oh, it's okay, I'll take care of the task of your drones normally. I need to know if I commit to that.
I mean,
yes.
The drones aren't there necessarily to keep her safe. They actually do.
I know.
Like drones in the real world. They're just there for information gathering and little shooty bits.
Out of character, it would be nice to have more Tau tech so we can dissect it in case things go terribly. In character, those drones better never leave their fucking box unless we're actively shooting at something.
Well, that's what my compromising character is going to be. So Amelie will say, yes, you can bring some drones, but make sure you keep them in the box. Don't mention that you have them. For the rest of the time, I'm going to be your bodyguard and, well, yes, servant, partner. I'll try to take care of any of the things you need to adjust to life with us.
That is acceptable for me. He glances at the ambassador, who looks a little... who does not look as convinced. Well, if they would be staying in their box, then at least within our assigned quarters, surely they can come out. They will never be anywhere that the more close-minded of your crew would ever see them.
That would be the home, yes. We can work out something like that, but I wouldn't place all my hopes on it just yet. It's a complicated arrangement. Any step you take that goes against their doctrine, they'll try to use as an excuse to completely ignore the whole thing. So we have to walk on eggshells here.
Well, when it comes to the negotiation with your senior figures, the Inquisitors, then I am quite happy to simply put them into rest cycles and tuck them out of the way. But in the time that we are spending with aboard your ship, you have already demonstrated that you are capable of seeing beyond your dogmas.
The people on our ship, yes. It's more the other people we have to convince. Caution would be...
And they will never know.
To a point, it is over-caution, but it might be needed caution. We're talking about the potential saving of millions of lives on both our sides. And also, I understand that I'm asking you to make a sacrifice. It's not one you have to do alone. I do mean it. I will be an earnest servant and guide for the rest of you. I'll try to help not only Endeavor, but the rest of you, and anybody else important as well. We'll work something out. But it needs to be something more active and fluid.
Very well.
This is a delicate and unprecedented situation. We might have to play it a little bit by ear and adjust as things go on. So don't give up on your drones, but please, keep them in the box for now until someone with higher clearance says otherwise.
He looks a little disappointed still, but nods.
Now, for you, Endeavor, I'm going to have to also be at your side quite a bit.
Well, I cannot complain about that. It is pleasant eye candy. I believe that is the human expression.
Be more
Well, I'm
subtle
certainly-
with your flirting.
Well, I'm certainly not going to turn down the compliment, but it's mostly for bodyguard reasons. We need to make sure that nobody gets any bright ideas. Like I said, this is a very unprecedented time for us. We need to make sure we pay every caution we can. If I didn't think it would be more important for you to be slightly on alert, I wouldn't even say anything.
Understood. Well, Ambassador, I believe that makes one of our selections. Well, I believe that makes one of my choices just a shoe-in. Yes, you may have your force field expert. If he can actually get that functional, then it will be a great service for the Empire.
Amelie will look left and look right. Anybody she knows around, generally?
Define anyone you know here.
Anybody Imperial looking?
No. No, the crew is the crew is not going out into the Tau space station. It's weird and Xeno.
Abhor the
There-
Xeno. Abhor!
Fair enough. She looks at Endeavor and go,
All right, Endeavor. Can we talk in private for a moment?
As you will. If you'll excuse me, Ambassador. He nods. This way.
find somewhere.
No, you go. You saying what I was going to.
Oh yeah, just find somewhere like nice, quick, secluded corner. It's just like something quick to say, and I'm gonna go.
I feel like you've been honest with me, so I'll be honest with you on this. If you didn't already know, you're not going to be liked on the ship. At least not potentially by everybody. Or even by most people. I'm going to make a vow to protect you now. I see you as the non-aggressor, and I really do think this is the best for the Empire. So I'm going to make sure to protect you, not just from any physical attacks, but hopefully from any indirect ones as well. It's going to be a process, and it's going to be hard. But I need you not to abuse that vow and trust.
It shall be so.
I will not
Say, if the ship gives you a hard time, or anybody for that matter, please try to grin and bear it. I'll come to your aid and try to make sure that it doesn't go on, but we can't cross any lines. Don't let them bait you.
Understood.
Now, with that all grim stuff out the way, let's go hang out and have some fun. What are you thinking on buying?
Leading
Or
into
bring with you?
Yes. Well, as this is a diplomatic mission, we are not buying anything. We are requisitioning resources for the good of the Empire.
How much do you really want to sweeten this deal?
You will have to
Oh, wait.
be clearer.
wait.
No, scratch that. out of character, I just remembered how anti-Xenos anything the Empire is, even with their technology.
Yep.
Do they even steal ideas and just rebrand them, or
Nope.
do they not even touch it?
Oh no, yeah, they 100% do that.
I mean, yeah, they don't say they do,
They-
but
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very hush-hush, unofficial stuff.
Okay, since I don't even know the process of getting that to the right people.
Someone sees a technology, they copy it, and then they go, "Oh, the Omnisire gave me a vision."
Yeah.
Don't
Right.
look at the Eldar tech, please.
Don't look at the patent.
So Amy wouldn't know much about how to do that, but she would know. Narcia would know.
You might want to bring along your best offensive technology. I might be able to pass that along to the right people and get the town good graces. Believe it or not, showing your murder proficiency to the Empire would be a good way of getting in their good graces, so long as you promise to commit it to the good of the Empire.
I shall make such a suggestion to the Ornell.
Right. Honestly, if you ask me, I think the way you should angle this whole thing is not that you're trying to become friends with the Empire, but battle brothers. They really buy that stuff up.
So not friends, but bonded in blood.
Exactly. You have to talk their language. If you keep coming us with all that friendship and hope stuff, none of them are going to listen to you.
It will take some effort to do as such. It is unity, hope. They are touchstones of the Tauva.
Oh, don't worry. We agree with you. That's why Juno's basically in charge. But we are talking to people who don't keep that as cornerstones of their personality. So we're going to have to work something out.
If it will make this mission more... If it will make this mission more likely to succeed, I shall do as such.
Don't worry. We'll workshop something for Graves. He's great on Imperial doctrine. He's the reason why I know so much about it.
Yes. And... Your culture, you have this great fascination with melee combat.
Oh, of course, it's the greatest thing ever.
I have something specific in mind that we might be able to make a showing of. And as you have been honest, I will be honest in turn. And even if this falls through, it will not greatly harm the Tau Empire for you to possess it, because it is not doctrinally important to us.
Well, you had my attention, now you have my sword sexuality.
I will endeavor to see if it can be made into a sword.
You know, I have a feeling you and me are going to be the best of friends.
She smiles broadly at that.
Alright, I'm good to end the scene there.
Yeah. So, Narcia, I believe you were also going to speak to some Tau.
Yes. So. Oh, God. Have any of you traveled upon an Imperial vessel before?
some of the one, some senior officers will raise their hands, and a smattering of squads will.
Okay, so
Well, then there's a pause and on all that. It was not Imperial at the time. It had previously been, but it was a mercenary ship.
okay, that's pretty good. That's a start. I'm not here to really warn you about Imperial culture and traditions. I'm sure you know most of that already. What I'm here to talk to you about is travel through the Immaterium. I've been through a deep dive.
Oh, right, they don't do that.
Yeah,
Oh, no, they don't do
spam
that.
the warp because they are cautious.
Your reflex wanted to say coward.
Yeah, but that would be incredibly rude. And
I
you
know.
see, I'm trying to be on my very best behavior. So,
Especially since we want to avoid the warp, too.
I have this wonderful presentation set up with all these different little points. But to give you the short version of the presentation, in case any of you feel like you have anything better to do, the crew quarters catch on fire a lot. Just so you know. Now for the actual serious warning. We are going to be commencing a lot of warp travel. We're going to be traveling through the Imperium, and there are certain safety regulations that you all have to adhere to. We have been doing this for an uncomfortably long amount of time in the Empire, and I know most of these precautions might seem silly to you and superstitious, but as someone that has been set on fire multiple times, trust me, they do make a difference. They make an extraordinarily large amount of difference. So, I'm going to lay down some rules for you. First of all, never look out of the window. Never, ever look into the Imperium itself. I know you might get curious. Trust me, it's not worth it. Second of all, something called a Geller field. If you ever hear a warning over the intercom that the Geller field has been damaged, you should all prepare to go into combat positions. Everyone grab your guns, shoot up, grab your grenades, leave nothing behind. If we have problem in the Geller field, the entire ship will inevitably turn into a war zone. Third, parts of the ship might catch on fire. As I said earlier, the crew quarters happens with disturbing irregularity specifically to us when we're flying. So, although we have fire suppression systems, yeah, keep some fire extinguishers in handy. Might save your lives.
Several of them look at each other with growing concern.
As they should, as they should.
We've only had the crew quarters come on fire, 3 times?
Yes. You know, before I joined you guys, it was 0.
That is fair.
The weapon systems would catch on fire, the bridge would catch on fire, the engine room would catch on fire, but even the cargo. But I've never had the crew compartment catch on fire in such consistent regularity.
Altus has been on fire so much times he's developed a resistance.
Heck, there was even that one time where demons show up, but they were in the cargo bay, so we just vented the whole thing. Sure, we lost a bunch of tanks, but small price to pay.
A hand goes up.
Yes, you in the back.
These demons, these are interdimensional aliens, yes?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, have none of you ever seen one?
Oh, are we going with that line? Out of
Oh, yes.
character? Are we going
Out
with
of
that?
character, yes. They're interdimensional aliens that are very hostile to most of our life.
Okay, we're not going with their soul. They're literally eating people's souls for sustenance.
I mean, I might tell that to Endeavor directly, but I'm not going to tell it to all these stout
okay.
dignitaries.
Okay. You make absolutely sure that they are dangerous, and if they start whispering sweet nothings in their ear, you shoot it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Maybe shoot the person that hears it too, just to be sure.
You guys are normally really nice and considerate, but you can't do that with demons. Don't listen to them, don't even take their considerations, and especially don't do them any favors. Or even polite courtesies.
Inform us of their existence, and until then, if they're not actively trying to disembowel you, ignore they exist. Also, out of character, Savin, that is a wonderful idea. Let's summon a demon to demonstrate to the Tau what they'll be facing.
Hey, good idea. It'll be a great training exercise.
Amelie, I want you to grab this dagger and plunge into my ass.
That
Wait,
is
how'd you
less of
get
a
Frank's
great idea.
dagger? Get that back.
We're summoning and nurgling.
That's far less creative idea.
Now, it might look like I'm joking, and I might be joking about the distressing regularity with the crew compartment catches fire, but I'm not joking about the threat that these interdimensional aliens pose. They are actually
Nightmarish and horrifying.
yeah, sometimes. I'm not afraid of the nightmarish and horrifying ones. Those are easy to deal with because they don't hide their intentions. They usually just want to rip out your skull and use your spine as a xylophone. No, there are other interdimensional. There's a couple of sects of those interdimensional horrors that like to play by a much more subtle book. They like to pretend to be nice, courteous, and infiltrate the ship instead.
On a related note, it makes for a great conversation starter to talk about how much you hate demons.
Actually, it depends. Most people don't even know they exist. They're not allowed to know they exist because of certain superstitious
Oh, right.
things that have developed within the Navy. But yeah,
Right.
they're threats, but don't let anyone else know you know about them.
We run
Because
into
that
them.
might cause a religious debacle that is going to take a while to sort out.
We run into them so often I forget that they're not common. Probably shouldn't have said that out loud.
And, well, those are the big pointers. Smaller pointers. Ever encountered any warp phenomena? Like, walls start to bleed, floors screaming, voices inside your head.
They look at you as if you're insane.
Yeah, apparently, if you're traveling through the warp, there is a small chance that your brain might get scrambled. That's most of those things, probably hallucinations. Definitely hallucinations, but still, that is stuff that you should inform a doctor of. Now we got some doctors. I, as an example, can be considered a doctor, but we're not quite up to date in your physiology, so if any injuries occur within the warp, you should be prepared to deal with them. And that should be all.
They nod. This explanation makes a degree of sense.
Of course, it's definitely not magic and demons. Your body chemistry might be slightly altered as you're traveling through the materium because of the complications that arise with such a complicated method of travel. And those chemical imbalances in your body might cause you to see things that don't really exist, and that is something you should inform a doctor of. If you ask anyone else, they'll just say it's demon and magic, but we know better because we are the smart people. Fuck.
I know, Narcy. It hurts. Keep pushing through.
Smile and nod, smile and nod. And now that I got that incredibly tedious briefing out of the way, hello! I'm Narcy. Narcy Scythia. I will be... Well, Amy here will be mostly taking care of the bodyguarding, but if you have any other requests or issues upon the ship, feel free to inform me. I will do everything in my power to actually help you resolve it, because these peace talks are really important. You know, and we know, making peace is a hell of a lot harder than starting a war. And since me, the captain, most of the high-ranking officers on the ship actually want to see this go through, you have my word that we will look after you. But be very cautious and try to observe Imperial customs, as barbaric as they might seem to you.
Basically, don't be nerds.
As much as I want to help you, there are limits to what we can accomplish. And we're gonna try to work inside of these limits officially. Unofficially, we're definitely gonna try to break some of those limits, but shh, that's gonna be a secret kept between us.
Narcy, I thought you were supposed to be the subtle one.
Oh, subtlety takes time. We don't have time. I need to sleep. I've been up for 20 hours?
No.
So yeah,
It
any
should be time for
questions, just ping me. Be sure to hand you some communication device as soon as we get on board the ship so you can actually reach me. Any questions? No? Okay. What are you guys actually planning to bring upon the ship?
A number of communication and strategic awareness engines that will enable us to keep in general contact with headquarters via our network of distributed relay drones and keep information as up to date as possible for the state of the negotiations. Also,
No.
the commander's battle suit and assorted maintenance, assorted necessities for maintenance, and healing pods, along with standard everyday equipment, armor and armaments for assigned escorts of the noble fire caste, suitable ceremonial robes for myself, and necessary equipment for the earth caste to support us all.
Excellent. I'll be sure to give you guys enough room to actually set up comfortably upon the ship. Oh, God. Another thing I should mention right now, it is entirely possible, and I hate saying this, but it is entirely possible that third parties Might try to fuck with his negotiations, so... You got any good monitoring devices? You want to set them all up.
That's also what I'm here for.
Exactly. I mean, Amy's gonna be here, of course. But motion sensors, good idea to have those running 24/7. That's a saying because humanity, our planet came from one of our most popular calendars. We had 7 days in a week, 24 hours in each day. Which means you gotta keep them running constantly.
There is sense in this.
I'm glad. Glad you see the sense of this. Now, if we could only show more people sense in general, but we're gonna work on that. Right then, I'll go see what rooms are available and start making preparations on my end. Gentlemen, it'll be an honor to travel with all of you.
The honor is with us to have been accepted as your guests.
May the fortune smile upon us. Emperor protects. Right, so those preparations are gonna go on. Nothing else to say at this point. They're probably not gonna take the warp as a serious threat on their own, no matter how much we urge them. But you know what? They at least now know that if something happens to this gallery field, this should arm the fuck up.
It's okay. I plan to try to keep watch over most of the Tau over the first warp trip.
I know that reasonably nothing bad can happen on our warp trips because someone had the good sense to invest in an excellent navigator.
Literally nothing
We
can
haven't-
happen on our next warp trip, but we don't know that yet.
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
And I don't
Things-
trust the dice enough to think otherwise.
At any point, we could actually be sabotaged. Like, the navigation goes perfectly fine, but something happens, something terribly wrong happens around the gallery field, or some other role that we're not aware of tries to fuck us in the long run. So, it's good that they will be ready.
Speaking of all this travel, how is my son and wife doing?
Pretty well, all things considered.
Fucking Lucky Moira is a hard ass.
Yeah.
Has she gotten into any fights with the Tau lately?
No, she actually seems to be getting on with them surprisingly well.
That is bizarre.
My wife as well
I mean,
seemed to have a good time at the dinner.
Yes. Sadra is getting on very well with Endeavour and is absolutely still trying to ship her with Narcia.
How
I should just say fiance, really, but
yeah, close enough. How Augustus doing? Kind of obligated to ask now.
why are you bringing this in as aboard my ship, Ray?
Hey, this is my ship. Get his own.
It's weird for him. This is entirely within the remit of stuff he could do as stuff you could do as rogue traders and as agents of the Ordo Xenos, but it's really weird. He was, after all, former Imperial Navy, so yeah, he's much more used to Xeno on the ship being assigned to draw pistols and engage in counterboarding, rather than just have tea. He's managing to cope reasonably well, but it's taking him more effort than the other spouses.
Understandable.
Understand.
Juno will
I
do
mean-
what she can to help him cope.
These are also not necessarily orcs, so I imagine it's much easier when they actually, try and speak your language, and
Well, that's
You
also
hear-
another reason
you are
why I'm like,
physically stronger than them in almost every way.
most towns do speak common, right? Or imperial, right?
At least most of ones you have met.
All right. Well, at least I can be a translator for anyone I do run across now that doesn't.
Yeah. Endeavour mentioned that the Chasseur Wraithblade made sure that all the senior officers had at least a basic aptitude in Imperial Gothic. So, is it time to actually set off?
Well, before we go, doesn't need to be a scene necessarily, but since we arrived in system, I have been having our navigator use her tracks in the stars power to start mapping out where the Tau be going, though.
Yes, let me just get Mandragora open for that.
It's basically just the tracking use of the survival skill, but with perception. Which is weird because that means it's also a free action to map out all these paths. Like I read it very carefully, both sections, and there's no action economy mentioned other than free action as part of movement and tracking, which is hilarious to me.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Alright.
I got to download those books.
I'll go ahead and make the roll for me, Savin.
Okay. Are there any modifiers?
Let's see.
And mind you, she has the advanced version, so she can detect trails without penalty up to 5 months old.
Yes, there will be no negative for the age of the trails. Just have a look at the survival skill, because that'll have a handy recommended modifiers section.
Yeah.
Here we are. Oh, not at all a useful recommended modifier section. Excellent.
Yeah, that was my takeaway as well.
Alright, so for this, well, warp be fucky. So that'll be a minus 20. And then Tau ships are weird, so that'll be a minus 10. So it's a minus 30 total.
Ooh. All right. Well, let's see how we do. Huh. All right. Can Juno spend a fate point on her behalf?
Yep.
Okay, let's do that again. So basically just a -1. Nope.
It's very difficult. There is an occlusion in space, so even fresh trailers are shrouded. Perhaps if she was actually going after one, she could track it effectively, but just trying to map them out from here, she's not going to be able to get you much useful.
Unfortunate.
And you could just, not go to Moab and chase the Tau for a bit.
No. Now, I'm assuming I can't just spam navigator powers until they work. Although we do have several days to try, if that helps in any way.
No, you cannot.
Okay. I figured, but, I didn't see a rule that said I couldn't, but it would seem kind of silly if I could just try over and over again. Because navigator powers have no consequence for failure, as far as I'm aware of, which is also strange and interesting in the world of Warhammer. But okay. So I think that's it before we're ready to set sail. Oh yeah, the Tau have some way to communicate with their command and or like Gueves and Astropath, right? Like we'll be able to keep in
Yes.
touch. Okay.
Yes. They have brought along a technological one. If you want to, you can gift them an astropath to remain behind.
Careful. Explosive. Let's just put a label on that guy.
Hey, look, no. These are valorous war heroes right here, okay? These are good boys. But no, if they are satisfied with their ability to communicate with their high command, that's fine. Do not exactly have a lot of them to spare.
Indeed. You could just sod off to, like...
Where do you even restock
Yeah.
Navigator or Astropaths?
If you go to a hive world, you can just ransack their astropathic relay.
Well, that is a very rogue trader thing to do, but all out of the way. So let's go.
Otherwise, naval bases and the like would be your best bet. Yeah. A few more days. Just transiting away from the steppe to the Manville Point. The ship translates. It wobbles. It translates again. You're not, like... Time must have passed, surely? But it doesn't feel like it, and now you're just above Moab. And now your astropaths are just reporting. Yeah, we've got loads of messages.
We sure do, and all of them appear to be chopped to pieces. Oh dear. So, all that back and forth gets to happen now. Juno's panic begins to manifest. Uh-oh.
Might be word to panic.
So, I guess
One.
Juno is going to call an all-hands meeting once she begins to realize the magnitude of what's going on. But once we arrive in Moab, do we see any sign of Maeror or Reeve yet?
When you initially translate through, no. I will tell you though, you're about halfway in from your cruise from the outer system to the planet. You'll see a small. Oh, yeah, you'll detect a small warp jump and what you will recognize as Maeror's little radar translating in behind you.
Nice. All right. But yeah, as soon as we get into the system and it becomes apparent that shit's going fucky and our friends are not here already, Juno she's going to call an all hands for pretty much all the named people on the ship, because this is getting a little spoopy.
Do
Even
you
the
include
Tau?
the Tau?
That is a good question.
Does this hamper their the beast the expected peace talk?
It might.
No,
Look,
if
we're
so,
going to be
I'll
talking
say
about
yes.
inquisitorial assets, so I think the Tau should be excluded.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh.
We'll just deal with the ship's actual human crew then.
They got their OPSEC, and so do we, as much as we may be tempted to throw it away.
Okay, so as is usual protocol for Juno, muffins, coffee, wine on the tables. Go to the blackboard once everyone's seated, ready to go. Okay, thank you for attending, everyone. I will try to keep this brief. As of now, we have detected a monumental disruption echoing throughout at least this sector. We are currently investigating how far-reaching the phenomenon is, but it is potentially segmentum or even galaxy-wide. We just don't know yet. What we know for a veritable fact, though, is the following. The Astronomicon is now shrouded. Our navigator may be exceptional, but much of the Imperium's naval traffic is going to be severely hampered for the duration. Astropathic communications are also severely disrupted. It appears that short, high-repetition messages are the only communication getting through with some degree of legibility. But astropathic communications are greatly sped up. We're now receiving communiques within an hour inside the sector. I intend to try getting in touch with the Convent on Holy Terra to try and better gauge the magnitude of both speed and disruption, though I'm not optimistic about our chances of contacting anyone outside Obscurus. The galaxy hasn't seen this degree of etheric turbulence since the Storm of the Emperor's Wrath formed in N36, consuming an entire sector, and which is still churning unabated 5,000 years later. Given the timing of this event, however, I have no choice but to assume that rather than divine providence, this disruption is likely connected to the oncoming Black Crusade. Accordingly, we will be operating under the assumption that, with Imperial communication and naval movements compromised, the Crusade will not be contained by the shield fleets. Elements of it may already have broken through and be en route even to the Gothic sector. Whenever we exit the warp henceforth, I want all hands at action stations and ready for potential contact with Chaos forces. We must also assume that our own warp travel will not remain stable long term, so when we travel, we'll do it in small hops rather than long jaunts to minimize our exposure to potential warp shock. We do not want to be in the warp when something like the Storm of Wrath rips through the segmentum. But we cannot afford to be idle and wait to see what this new darkness brings. Sages, I want you working overtime on information analysis. Figure out how widespread and severe this phenomenon really is and do whatever it takes to confirm its point of origin. We must find out what we're dealing with. Marshal officers, I want your time dedicated to drilling our troops for combat against Chaos Marines. Our las cannons distributed down to squad level. When the Vigil launched, we went girded for war against battlesuit squadrons supporting traditional infantry. But now it's time to pivot our tactics and training towards the great enemy and ancient superhumans in power armor. We stand in the shadow of an oncoming storm, ladies and gentlemen. Our highest priority, as ever, is the continued safety of the Gothic sector and its people. And though we walk the path of trials, the eye of the Emperor himself is upon us. We will not fail. That is all.
Captain,
Yes, Narcia.
you said quickly the traverse is sped up.
Yes, astropathic communication is being sped up quite substantially, too.
Throw forbidden lore at this. Is it yes or no?
Merzendi?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was muted so you wouldn't get the constant fluttering of me pressing Control for Control C, Control V.
Understandable.
Yes, you may.
Ooh, lovely.
Which
What
one are
would
you using? Oh,
You want to help? I'd be very accepting of your help, Baltus.
What would you like to know?
Is this indeed possibly tied up to chaos shenanigans? Has this happened before during other Black Crusades?
Never something of this scale.
But it is chaos.
It is something in the warp. The thing you can be most certain of is that a massive warp event has happened, and you are feeling the shockwaves and ripples around it, and that's shrouding the Astronomicon and speeding up messages.
So, Captain, how's everyone's clearance in this room right now?
Juno,
They know about demons, right?
Juno will glance at Eclectic and say, other than the Lady Navigator and Eclectic, I think we're all either Space Marines or part of the Inquisition, more or less, so go ahead and say whatever.
Excellent. You said this hasn't happened in a while. You know what was the big event that happened in the warp when we first got those horrific warp storms? The birth of a certain chaos god. See who thirsts. I'm not gonna say her name.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Yes. So if indeed something of that magnitude is happening, we can only safely assume that they're having a hell of a party in there right now.
We haven't lost warp travel completely. It's just shrouding the Astronomicon, so whatever's happened isn't of that magnitude, but it is certainly wide-reaching and substantial, and Eloa estimates that it will likely not calm down for some time, if ever.
Okay, so we don't have to contend with the fifth chaos god. That's good. We just have to deal with the first four ones.
Yes, now likely spilling out from the prolapsed eye a few sectors away.
Perhaps. Oh, this is going to be a fun one.
I'm not sure I'd use fun, but yes, the saying, may you live in interesting times, certainly seems to apply to all of us.
Frankly, I'm glad to have the blessing. Imagine if this was boring times.
See, Amy gets me.
Yes, well, we have all been given the opportunity to serve the Emperor and the Imperium in a trying time. Let us count our blessings that our lives will have that much meaning, at any rate.
Well, at least our messages are going by faster.
Yes, I'm very curious to see if we're able to contact Terra, and if so, how long it will take.
Not very long, I'd wager.
If we get the message through at all.
If, that is a big if.
Any other questions or concerns while we're all here?
Many concerns, but none that it would help putting to words.
Yes, well. With any luck, the two Inquisitors will shed some additional light on what we're facing. They likely know much more than any of us.
But wait a minute, since we're all together here, just make sure we're all on the same page. Big, potentially enormous, biggest black crusade we have seen in a very long time. It's definitely coming our way. And we are going to do everything in our power to make sure that the tower prepared to become a proper buffer for them.
Yes.
We could have absolutely not gone through with it, but now that that warp event happened, yeah, I think I can see where your powers have manifested, Captain, and why the Emperor hasn't smitten us down yet. This is probably so concerning that even he would consider a temporary defensive alliance with the Xenos.
No, why use them as a buffer? You should be using them as a shield while we're the sword. You should be attacking with them.
I mean, that's exactly what we're doing. I'm just phrasing it a lot more softly.
The point is
I don't
that right now we've been given a blessing. The Tau are right now in a strong position in the sector, and they are, unfortunately, at a technological match or overmatch to us. But, fortunately for us, they're between us and the Eye of Terror. Whether they want to or not, they are serving as a shield for us. If we can make them last a little longer, that means fewer Imperial lives lost, and more time for us to get a proper defense strategy organized. And, as they said, unfortunately, it seems there are now Tyranids in an adjacent sector up near the Forge World of Lucius. So we are not just dealing with the Black Crusade, but rather enemies at all directions. We do not have a single human life to waste, at least not carelessly. Our resources are going to be stretched very, very thin in the coming years.
Well, it's a good thing I work without ammunition.
We are the ammunition in the Emperor's war machine, Amelie.
I don't like that metaphor. Bullets are more one use. I prefer sword. You can be sharp in that.
Juno will just smile at that.
Suggestion.
Ah! Oh, yes.
Mass implementation of potential coils.
I like the way this man thinks.
It can the gifts of the Omicron convert raw life energy into ammunition for many of the Scythia Legion of weapons.
Well, we don't exactly have access to Scythia weapons en masse, but I suppose the more the merrier. They're certainly more efficient than the average lasgun.
Corollary. Non-Scythia weapons can also receive modification to feed from the potential coil. Integral las weapons are more potent, more efficient, and in all ways more effective than short rifles.
Well, I don't disagree, but they're also much more expensive and require the time and dedicated manpower to implant them. Still, I don't disagree that having more Scutarii about, or their equivalents, would certainly be of benefit. Eloa, what's the status of your troops anyway? Did you manage to replace your losses at Mazoa?
Correct.
Good.
I stand at 300 elite Scutarii.
Good, good. Indeed, speaking of upgrading our troops, Amy, I've been meaning to ask. How many students do you think you could take on, you and Graves, at once? I don't expect you to bring them up to your standard necessarily, but getting them better equipped for stealth and CQC.
No, we never really thought about that.
Well, the reason being, right now, the Vigil's house troops are neatly divided into 2 battalions of even size and distribution, except for one extraneous company. Having that as a commando force, trained up by you and Graves, would certainly give us an extra edge in the pocket.
It's an option. We'll need a lot of resources, though. Melee combat for the non-superbly skilled is an expensive resource to make sure they survive and can do damage. Hell, it's expensive even for me and Graves. Doubly so.
I have a suggestion.
Yes, Narcia?
In my experience, melee combat can be very easily resolved by just smashing a crack grenade against the other guy's skull.
Well, once again, shields and armor. The whole fact that they can block attacks like that in the first place is what makes melee combat valuable.
We should give all of our troops at least a singular crack grenade in case they come up with any armored threats up close.
I do not disagree.
I would also say, you do not have just 2 apt teachers, Captain Dandrick.
I would not presume to impose upon you, Lord Reynolds, but if you would be willing to help, that would be an incredible boon.
The necessity of the times calls. I will answer.
Thank you. You honor us.
Well, if I had any reservations about training anybody, and that just kicked them out the window, I'll do it too.
I would also like to add that, sure, I handle logistics most of the time, but I'm also a very talented armorer, so if we have any very valuable troops or ranking officers that you feel would benefit from a slightly more potent plasma gun, one that wouldn't explode in their hands, do give me a call.
Yes, upgrading our Vanguard Company's weapons, at least their plasma rifles, be able to deal with power-armored Chaos Marines would go a great deal towards keeping them alive. Our infantry squads at least have las cannons, but they are a bit slow.
Let's not forget, armored threats, that's one thing, but what about all the unarmored threats that like to hide behind cover like a bunch of sissies?
Our troops do
You
have
always
grenade
need
launchers, mortars, and autocannons at their disposal for the distributed threats.
What about working with the Tau and squad training?
I don't think that trying to integrate different species infantry squads is likely to work out for anybody's best interest, especially when we're talking about what will inevitably end up as live fire training.
The Tau seem pretty desperate to cement this whole peace treaty, and I feel like an entire galaxy being screwed over is something they should care about.
Oh no, that's not quite what I'm worried about. I'm more worried about our troops abhorring the Xenos to the extent that they shoot them in the back.
See, that's almost what I think is the beautiful part about it. With the Tao's fighting style, I don't think our soldiers would have much time to even see or focus on them. We could use the Tau as auxiliary support while our Imperial ways rush forward and crush our enemies with the Imperial might. So long as we have it.
While there is merit to that, Amy, that's putting the groks. Well, that's putting the cart before the groks.
Right.
Amy, that, well, technically sound would harbor. Okay, we already resent the Xenos, but there would be even more resentment on top of that. If there is any possibility or any chance of our forces and their forces actually doing grunt work aside one another, best we can hope for is them trying to bum rush whatever LZ is set for them. See, just having a friendly competition, see who gets there first. But that, having the Tausen on the sidelines where our men bleed and die, that's not going to end well politically.
Well, of course the Tau are going to be fighting actively, but all their forces aren't going to be committed to the front lines.
Perhaps their armor.
Oh,
I hear
yeah,
they're,
the battle suits. That'll make for a hell of a spectacle.
We said we wanted them as a buffer, but I guess the way I'm looking at it is, do we really believe the Tau can hold off them for all that time? Wouldn't it still be valuable to have a little bit of them left to bolster our own forces? And even if they could handle it, do we want them to handle it? Would the Empire be able to live with itself knowing that a threat was defeated that we couldn't handle but the Tau could?
Exactly.
It would not be a matter of the Tau having an ability we lack. Just who is doing the dying.
Mm-hmm.
yes, the Tau I do believe would be able to do a pretty big number on anything trying to fight them due to our some past experiences from the empire from Imperial sides.
Look, as long as we have an actual well-equipped guard regiment, not planetary defense troops, the dying could be equal, more or less.
Yes.
But if they're put next to PDF troops, there is no hope.
The idea is that we don't just die, but rather fight together. Us all dying heroically side by side is not particularly useful. Amy is right that we will need to be able to fight alongside the Xeno, but for now, let us work on our own forces, and if the Tau can become amenable, or rather, can become cemented into some sort of mutual defense pact, we will pursue tactics with them at that point. But for right now, we must assume that these talks will not go the way we hope, and look to our own defenses.
I understand. It's just as the oncoming apocalypse may approach, chaos will become more and more a thing. If we're ever going to have our chance to make a big change quickly, it's going to be in the midst of a lot of chaos.
Literally.
Now, speaking of auxiliaries, any chance of getting specialized troops? Augrins,
Define specialized.
Augrins, Weird Veins,
Abhumans.
Abhumans, yes.
I think asking the troops to put up with the Tau diplomats is enough strain on them for abhumans, but having more psychers on the ship would be beneficial, certainly.
I know we're worried about the troops putting up a fuss, but we're talking about the death and destruction of an entire potential galaxy. There has to be some limits to their bigotry.
Yeah, sadly not, Princess. But I can speak from some experience here, Doc. Grunts love their Mogrins.
Do they really?
Yes. Yeah, big, cuddly little buggers. Just don't actually get cuddled by them or you'll crack a rib. They are simple, loyal, and gloriously effective in battle. Everything a soldier loves.
Jeff?
Records indicate a plus 14% increase in morale when Ogren units are attached.
Okay. You all seem to be forgetting the claustrophobic part, or was it just our Ogren?
Mm,
Claustrophobic on an Imperial vessel.
yes.
I mean,
Uh,
on the Chimera at
more-
least.
Out of
Yeah,
character, our
more-
ship actually has the spacious quarters upgrade, which reduces our population but increases morale because we have so much room on this ship.
Yes, but you are also forgetting that unlike other uh, 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 unlike other Imperial units, we have a deployable temple. The Ogren will feel mm, quite at home.
Oh, well.
again,
Won't
I
have to blame Phantom.
might have also suggested the ratlings.
No,
They- come on.
Oh, that was a funny
I was
joke,
suggesting them
Baltus.
for cooks.
We
For
have
the
one of the
ratlings.
best cooks in the galaxy, in both Narcia and my personal chef. And I don't really
What's a
fancy
rat-
all of my belongings going missing.
What's
I
a
don't
ratling? They sound adorable.
No.
I don't care how good they are at cooking. I prefer not to be picking myself and Juno's undergarments the out of the various bits and bobs of the ship.
Is anybody going to tell me what a ratling is? Are they as adorable as I think they are?
No,
No, Princess. They're like people, but all small and wiry and well,
Oh,
They
no,
sound like children, and children are adorable.
not really. They tend to run fat and they're pretty lazy, except when they're nicking stuff and sniping people. It's
Those are two
like
very useful skills.
I think of a whole subspecies of Ceiko, but not as nice and much smaller.
I
and
also
with
smell.
and they steal your undergarments.
they have
Well,
just minor kleptomania and a penchant for orgies.
well, I have use for stealing, sniping, and I don't wear underwear, so they don't all sound that bad to me.
Juno tries not to spit take her coffee.
What? It chafes under the sense suit.
They
It's true.
And
I have to do the same with my flight suit.
in any event, I'm calling a veto on any rattling orders, and I will quash any orders that leave the ship. Ogrens, fair enough.
Yes, no rattlings, but if we find Ogrens, I suppose we can adopt them too.
Look, you may bring Tau on the ship, but you're not bringing the fucking ratlings on board.
What about the Felids? I've never seen one of those either, but people say I look like one.
Do we even have any in the Gothic sector?
I don't know.
I don't think we have any Ogrens or Rattlins in the Gothic sector either, but we would know where to go to get some.
It's like ordering some of the last squats or gores that exist within Imperial space.
Oh, squats.
Alright, if we're going to have to travel outside the sector to find any reinforcements, we're just going to the nearest sororitas convent.
Doc, if messages are going quick, get one sent off to them. We don't have to actually go there. You've got a big enough money dick to wave around.
It is true.
Actual legal authority.
It is true. Your money dick is enormous.
Juno? Look, we can potentially convince standard Imperial forces not to shoot in the Tau, but your sisters might be somewhat harder to convince.
I have
That
a
was meant
suggestion.
as a joke.
I don't get it. Why is it funny?
You sweet summer child.
Most sororitas would barely tolerate Baltus, much less anyone else.
Wait, really?
I have a singular suggestion.
Yes.
Drusians can be found in every sector of the Imperium. Recruit them.
What is a
God,
Drusian?
no.
We're bringing the monkeys on board.
What?
Oh, monkeys.
Do you not know of the Drusian cult? Actually,
Oh.
Juno would know of the Drusian cult.
Not really, no.
No, I only know of the
Saint-
one St. Drusus, the Janissaries, that are
Yeah,
basically
that's
just
Calixa sector.
that's only Calixus and adjoining. They are not found all across the Imperium because
I thought-
there are equivalents, sure, but they wouldn't be called Drusians.
I thought they were mandated to go all across the Imperium, bringing the Emperor's will.
The
That-
propaganda.
Even the books just say they're found all across, like on every world within the Calixus sector, not outside it.
Well, Eloa is from the Calixus sector, so it makes sense that she knows.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Juno just
yeah.
quirks her head to the side.
and besides, it also has the same issue with getting Sororitas, is that they would just see Baltus and start shooting at him.
Fantasize.
They're they're,
they are
fana- they're
very
fanatically loyal to anyone who holds a leash, and they don't have the rule where they don't have psychers in their midst.
I think, regardless, inviting more ecclesiarchal crusaders aboard is probably not the best idea considering our current mission and crew complement.
I mean, all things considering, I feel like that's the only type of people we have to gain from the Empire.
Very well. Let us go to Vindalex. I will recruit troops.
If they won't shoot me, then sure, but there was sort of the Graven Crusade thing that I still need to, Actually, does Juno know that she got blamed for that in character? I know they told Eloa, but I don't know if Eloa brought it up to Juno.
I mean, it probably came up during girls' night.
Okay, see, Juno kind of grimace. I don't know if they're gonna be okay with me.
As Magos and Skitari, I cannot. Skitari, I cannot go against my word.
Oh, it's not the Skitari I am worried about. It's the people we would be acquiring them from.
I am a Magos of Vindalex, and I have detailed records of your location throughout the entire throughout our entire journey. My logic will be unassailable.
Yes, well, I mean, I'm sure between the two of us we can charm their pants off, but still, did you not just get them from Mazoa? We're sort of right there.
Vindalex has a higher quality of Skitarii, but yes, I suppose.
A question.
Yes.
Training up our troops, gathering more, that is all well and good, but what are we planning on actually doing with them?
Well, thus far, we're 2 for 2 on closing to enemy ships, boarding them, and obliterating the crew. Ideally, we'll keep doing that, but yes,
Captain,
Narcia.
we have been boarding and obliterating Tau ships. Tau, and you know me, I am a repository of intergalactic knowledge, have by far the least combat capable crews upon the ships.
Yes, I know, but still, that's why I'm suggesting we train and arm up. So that we can deal with chaos forces. Of course, our ship's actually pretty darn decent in a shooting match, too, but then we'll be losing a lot more of our people that way.
Well, being able to deal with them, yes, that is a good thing, but is that what we want to do immediately? And traveling even to the nearby Forge world. That takes time, and the more time we spend doing that, the less we are spending speaking to the great authorities of this sector and getting the truce with the Tau ratified.
Oh, you're right. That's why I
Oh.
suggested Mizo over Vindalux. It's on our way to anywhere. But yes, no. Any preparations we do had best be things we can pick up on the way, or things we can do while we're in transit, like training. We can't
That
really afford
reminds
to
me,
deviate from our course.
Captain?
Narcia?
What do you think are the chances we just get lost in another warp storm?
As amusing as the prospect is, unless we go back in time next time, I'm afraid it's very likely that getting lost in the warp is actually going to kill us. If we're in transit at all when whatever this phenomenon coming is hits, we may be destroyed. If we're adrift in the warp, our odds are almost non-existent.
Mm-hmm. And your navigator will speak up. Unfortunately, I cannot give you an estimate as to how long it will be. If I had more data, perhaps, but that can only be gathered with the passage of time.
Indeed.
It may be such that when we get the next sign of an abnormality, will be the rift itself opening, or whatever other dread occurrence this is.
Right. And until we have a better idea of what we're dealing with and when, as I said, we'll minimize our exposure to the warp as much as possible. I do not want to go down in history as the person who started peace talks and then got sucked into space, never to be seen again. We got damn close already the last time. Anything else?
Merzendi, are there any Ordo Reductor units in the Gothic sector?
I believe the Ordo Reductor does actually have elements on every Forge world. I may be wrong there, but certainly on one of the three Forge worlds on the map, it would have some. Probably Mizoa. Mizoa is the oldest and most prestigious.
By your leave, Captain, I believe that I can call upon units of the Ordo Reductor.
Does Juno know what that is?
Probably not in any detail.
I don't know what that is, Eloa.
They are the Unmakers, the Slaughterers, and the Breakers. They are the animus of the Omnissiah. They bring destruction and oblivion.
Could you put that in layman's
So I'd love to
terms?
fight them.
They have giant. Sorry, Casa voice. They have giant kill robots. Not robots, but giant kill servitors that are about as potent as Lord Renault.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun to fight.
I would prefer
the
greatly to keep the servitors on this ship to an absolute minimum if possible, but I suppose a few of these reductor kill machines would not be too much.
And that's the least potent of them. They're elements of Legio Cybernetica. The actual Reductor Magi are much more terrifying.
They are the walking embodiment of the omniscience wrath, fielded when, well, fo- uh, foes such as fallen angels take the field.
I see. Well,
They also primarily operate on their own ships, so you wouldn't actually need to have them on here. Just convince a suitably potent covenant, and they'll just fly fleet style with us.
oh, well, in that case. Indeed, the more
I can
allies we have, the better. I wish the Hermetica Knights could spare a lance or two, but
submit the request in your name.
um, again, unless, especially if they're attached to Vindalex, might be best to use your own. But I will not deny the chance to work with the Mechanicus.
Eloa will rub her chin. Mm, My name and Lord Lupus's then.
That should be fine, assuming Augustus is all right with it.
Well, they will no doubt be aware of our closeness, but I doubt they. The Mechanicum has not been so aggrieved with you that they have sent assassins. And then he just looks at Eloa and tilts his head as if asking for confirmation.
Correct. And once the time comes, I will clear Juno's name. After all, while she was committing such atrocities, I have it on very good authority she was taking a bath with rose petals.
Yes.
I'm sure they will appreciate the footage in the tribunal.
I did not take footage, Juno told me.
Oh.
What? It's not Amelie.
It's not. I would tell her if I was into killer.
Anyway. Yes, if any of you have allies you can call on, be they Mechanicus, Astra Telepathica, or otherwise, this would be the time to pull your collective strings, even if not to fight with us specifically, then to simply move into position on this edge of the sector and be ready to combat the forces that, if not already here, will soon be coming.
I've got a bit of a suggestion, Doc.
Go ahead.
Well, it'd be out of our way, so we can't travel there, but you know the Scholar on Elysium? We could send to that, just wave Lord Reeves' authority to get them to rush out any stormtroopers that are near the end of their training and ship them to somewhere that would be en route for us. That's,
More stormtroopers
they
good.
probably won't have that many, not after the Noble Falcons had to retake the planet, but any is something.
Merzendi, can I bring up records of the Gothic sector to see where we might find Ogren units that Baltus can recruit? Information is kind of my thing.
You can. There aren't any permanently based here, and there are no Ogren recruiting mooners, but yeah, there are some that that the lady sector did manage to steal from neighboring sectors to come and help her fight around Gethsemane.
Baltus, I have transferred the relevant data to your datapad. Check over the request form with Narcia before you send it off. You should be able to at least get a few of your Ogrins.
Okay. Well, yeah, Merzendi.
I was just clarifying that I was replying to you there with that would be going very far out of your way.
Oh, I meant that as after the peace talks specifically. But
Narcia. Oh, go ahead.
oh no, I was just I don't have any peers. I don't have any peer talent at all.
That's just using influence to get yourself some Ogrins, dude.
Oh, okay.
Why, yes. How can I help you? Well, besides doing the paperwork.
I'm afraid that I require even more paperwork. I am going to have to go to a convening of minds on Mazoa and beg the aid of the Order Reductor.
You know, sometimes I just want to find out whoever mind wiped me before they shipped me off the cloning base. Let's just ask them, why do you think it would be a good idea to make a bureaucrat? Just you have making assassins, but now you want to pump out a bureaucrat. Why must you put this evil upon me? Yeah, I'll sort out the paperwork. Don't worry about
I
it.
have no idea why I am 2 sectors over, but such is life.
Yes, c'est la vie, as they say on Lathe.
Speaking of allies and our own unique special talents distributed amongst us, Lady Donato, I have a request for you to begin pondering, now that I'm thinking about it. If the Astronomicon is shrouded itself, and we believe the phenomenon is between us and it, there is another tremendous source of throne light in the sector that has worked in place of an Astronomicon on its own in the past. Juno will glance over at Renault. We know where Lord Jox is at the moment. If you can perceive where he is through the Immaterium, we could perhaps use the Chapter Master as at least, intersector replacement.
Such can be attempted, but it will only function as long as his position is known.
Indeed. Still, given the choice between having a single Space Marine mobile or the entire Imperial Navy being stymied, the choice seems obvious, but ultimately he is his own master.
Indeed. At this point in time, the Astronomicon is still usable, though with some difficulty. We will certainly have to impress upon him the importance, if the disruption grows. But as it is, even if he is not willing, most of my cousins are competent enough to operate, to continue their duties, though they will be slowed.
Yes, I am more worried about if and when this phenomenon worsens. Knowing that we can do it and distributing the information on how, while we have the chance, would be advisable, I think.
Perhaps What is out of character? What was it they called Dante at Armageddon? The because or another example would be the but Luft Huron when he was over his sector.
Oh, just the Supreme Commander thing.
Yeah, something like I forget what the actual term is. I don't think it's certainly not War Master. But it's pretty close. Because if he's gonna stay, because maybe hey, I'm pretty sure he'd be chill with it anyway. But he's also a chapter master. How many years old?
5,000 odd.
Yeah, he should be pretty good at coordinating stuff. So might as well take advantage of that as well. So we not only is he central, we make him a central hub of tactical information and shit like that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, might as well just formalize it so that way it's a lot
Yeah. Basically
easier
planting
to
him in the middle of the sector and building up an HQ around him to coordinate everything.
exactly.
Mizoa might be. It'll certainly, well, almost certainly be on the way to wherever we're going next.
Because I have nothing more to add to the conversation, but I do know how I can try to get the Mechanicus to help us out.
One thing that I might suggest as well, Captain.
Please.
In ancient days, there are records of short-range warp beacons. Some handful still survive in the hands of the Navis nobility, and we have long believed that the Mechanicum have others in their possession. If they can be persuaded to reactivate or to distribute and activate any they do have, such would prove another solution to our travel problems.
Eloa, add it to the list for next time we hit Mizoa.
Add what to the list, please?
Warp beacons.
I'm not. Warp beacons. Okay.
We need to start mapping out the sector with warp beacons in case we lose sight of the Astronomicon altogether, which the Archenemy will certainly attempt to do. Or even worse, make force lights to try to misdirect us. So yeah, start deploying those beacons would be an excellent idea. We'll see what we can scrounge from the cogs.
The more we can harden our ability to continue navigating the sector successfully, the better off we are. The last thing we need is to be turned into a handful of subsector pockets that can't talk to each other or travel to each other.
It's always good to have plan B on top of your plan A and then a plan C behind it.
Exactly. Good ideas. So, anything else, anyone?
I have nothing else to say. I must prepare myself for the meeting with the Magi.
It will likely be a few days yet. We still have to have a talk with Maeror and Reeve at the very least.
A few days, such a short amount of time.
All right, then. Thank you for coming, everyone, and for sharing what we have. I think we have a strong path forward now. So let's get to it.
Eloa's gonna bounce around and gesture to Renault to take an aside.
All right. Can just get him in a side room.
When I meet with the Forge Lords and the Fabricator, I would like to request your presence. The sons of the Omnissiah, despite our taciturn nature, there are none among the Adeptus Mechanicus that do not recognize your lineage. It will add impetus to my request. Understand that, but please understand, my lord, that as an Inquisitor and Magus both, there is a certain amount of trust that is taken from me because, well, our order is ancient and secretive. I am looked upon with even more suspicion that is granted to a explorator.
He nods.
Should it be required, I shall do as much. As I said, the necessity of the times calls. If the best way I can answer it is at your side, then so be it.
I thank you wholeheartedly, and I genuinely hope that you do not think of me using you as a set piece. It's merely a matter of course. My kind are insular.
Indeed. What must be done must be done.
Thank you, my lord. I will not hold you further.
He nods again and departs. Right. Did anyone else want to use the little side room? Sounds like no, so I guess we're just on to Moab.
Okie dokie.
Sounds good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't have anything.
I don't know if it's... Oh, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
I just asked, did anyone involve Joxin on the peace treaty?
He's halfway across the sector. We'll get to him when we can.
All right.
Well, he is on our way to the lady sector, more or less. So we'll be stopping in to say hi for sure. Also, I want my fucking dragons, thieving prick.
I mean, but they're cool. I just imagine the Space Marines now riding them like how
He is. Jock is riding fucking dragons now. Juno's immensely embittered that she is not riding a dragon right now.
I wonder if they figured out how it worked. So now they're like, oh yeah, don't worry, we have a breeding pair now. Don't worry about it.
I hope they don't have a breeding pair because those three were siblings.
No, I meant like there are others on the planet.
Oh,
clearly.
well then yeah, for sure. That would be awesome.
Remember, they're natives. Like, oh,
They're Space Marines. They do lots of gene fuckery, fixing inbred deficiencies. That's just easy.
If anything, in the 40K universe, incest is probably super popular because it just gets babies faster.
Gross.
We'll fix them later.
Also, probably not untrue, especially amongst the nobility.
I mean, I'm fairly certain that the High Lords of Terra are all sister cousins.
no, they haven't aged that far yet.
Anyway, on the trip from Tau Planet back to Moab, Juno would like to do the opposite of what she did on the trip to the Tau world, which is to say, now remoralizing the bajillion Imperial Guardsmen we got back from them. Make sure they're back in fighting spirit and not brainwashed, if possible.
Sure. They certainly have been. It's not fair to call it brainwashed. They weren't held for that long, but yeah, they certainly have been significantly influenced by the Tau.
Get uninfluenced.
Well, they aren't uninfluenced, but they are willing to resume fighting the Tau if necessary.
Juno will make a note in her little file that these guys should probably be put against wherever the Chaos Incursion comes, rather than against Tau if necessary. But yeah, good enough. Alright, now we're ready.
Yes, and as I said, you're about halfway from the jump point to the planet. You'll detect another ship exiting the warp behind you, and you can recognize it as the little raider Maeror used to come and talk to you at Luxor.
Someone's here for his annual checkup.
Yes, Narcia, you want to go and talk with Endeavor a bit again?
Uh-huh. Specifically, I would like to see if I could just have a one-on-one talk with her.
Sure. Well, at least she's on board with it. Amy, are you going to Ceiling Cat?
You know what? Actually, Amy can be along for the talk if she likes, openly. Come to think of it.
I thought I was still supposed to be watching Endeavor.
Yes, Narcia's going to talk to Endeavor.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm seeing Gaddy. Sorry. Not paying full attention.
Actually, no. Now that I'm thinking about this again, if you're gonna be sticking along, you better be stealthy. Supposed to
No,
at
I'm
least
Ceiling
seem like
Cat.
a one-on-one talk. And I will relay this to you.
I mean, Amelie up in Ceiling Cats, regardless if anybody wants her to or not.
Perfect.
Give me a second. I'm trying to kill the spider.
Understandable.
Sure.
Murder the shit out of that.
When you get a moment, please do give me a stealth roll.
Okay. Okay. Let me get the stealth roll. The spider chose Pete. It started to go away from my bed.
Good spider.
Alright. Let's roll stealth. Put it up.
You want a fate?
Please have
I mean, I
Endeavor
do
roll
have a
fate,
fate.
too.
No, just don't roll it. Just use the fate. Apply it gently on top of the 5 degrees success.
Endeavor can also just spend a fate to add DOS.
Seems like we're kind of at the death standstill.
Outstanding.
The bigger question is...
Hmm?
The bigger question is, does Endeavor mind being watched ceiling catted by Amelie?
No.
If anything, I figured she might have a fetish for it.
Yes.
I mean, she'd be much happier if you just came and joined in, but watching is fine too.
Sometimes you just want to watch.
Yes. Narcia, you can endeavour in her private quarters. Narcia, you asked to see me. I hope you do not mind. Amy is lurking.
Yes, it does do that.
It gets pointed out, she waves from her lurking spot.
Just looking around, waving straight at me. I completely miss you. No, she does do that, but I suppose that is her job.
Indeed, it is a quite reassuring skill in my new bodyguard. She's almost as stealthy as an actual stealth suit.
Yeah, see, we don't know how to make those. We forgot how to make those a long time ago, so we just kinda improvise as we go along. So I take it your people are settling in well?
Oh, yes. Although, the poor Frey, he lost his stomach during the journey.
Oh, that's not the worst thing that could have happened. I've once. Wait, actually, did I ever witness that? No. I read this one time with this one guy that sprouted a tentacle in the middle of warp transit. Yeah, it's as bizarre as it sounds. So, losing his stomach could be worse, really.
Oh. Yes, it sounds it.
Well, this is. I don't know. I'm supposed to be. I just look. The warp is a dangerous place, and I cannot fully convey it. But we're gonna put warp shenanigans at the side for now and just talk. I noticed when we were playing the game of cards how unsubtle your flirting was, and well, I do appreciate it. I am quite flattered. You gotta tone it down just a little bit.
Is it making you uncomfortable?
Oh no, trust me, you need a lot more than that to make me uncomfortable. And while I do appreciate the attempts of seduction, because after all, I can be quite the seducer myself, other Imperials might take exceptional offense to them. Yeah, basically, anyone who's not part of this crew. And when I say exceptional offense, I do mean exceptional offense at that.
As in attempting to stab me in the face?
Stabbing, punching, anything in between.
Hmm.
God, I'm supposed to be the one seducing you here, not you me.
If you would prefer to do it that way around, I am on board.
If we make it through this, certainly, but for now we're gonna unfortunately have to just play it a little bit more subtly. The other thing I want to talk to you about, and specifically wanted to talk just to you about, with no one else in the room. Amy's fine. Amy, of course, is the glowing exception. As you can tell, she's very well trusted by everyone on the ship.
do not imagine she gives you much of a choice.
No, she doesn't. Even me, imagine that.
They're not
Have
inaccurate
you-
statements.
Oh my god. Damn you, Amy. Have you heard of a place called Cyclothrace? Cyclothrath?
Hmm. A flicker of recognition passes through her eyes. Impossible for her to hide. I might have heard the name. What of it?
Well, it's where the warp gate is.
Is it? That would.
Oh god. Don't give me that. You're not that good of a liar.
No, this is entire honesty. There is no planet there.
Exactly, that's the thing. That's the thing about Cyclothrace. And the thing I've been trying to just figure out. There was a planet there at some point. It was aligned with the Imperium, then seceded. What I'm trying to personally figure out here, without involving anyone else, is how did they hide the planet? Remember the whole thing about warp transition? All the warnings I've been giving you on how dangerous the warp is.
Indeed.
Around that warp gate, I suspect, and this is just a theory, there was a planet, and that somehow the humans, which were, by the way, hardcore Mechanicum fans with the. You've seen them, the boys in red, had somehow managed to transition the entire planet into the warp.
That would explain where it went.
Wouldn't it?
All that is there now is a dimensional portal and associated space stations, which were almost entirely abandoned.
God. I know a thing or two about Cyclothrace, a person that was at one point, at least relatively close to me, might have even come from there, and I've been trying to very subtly, without asking any Imperials, any questions that could come back and bite me in the ass, figure out what happened to that sector, to that place, and it's been so frustrating. Trying to piece that mystery together. What happened to the planet? Where did all those people go? And you can imagine why I'm asking you this question personally. Because if any Imperials that are hell-bent on continuing this war find out, then that's the first place they're gonna strike. Yeah, don't worry, Endeavor. I know how to keep my mouth shut.
That would be suicide. That is I trust you enough to tell you this. We are aware that is our sole connection to the Empire at large. It is the most defended it is the most defended facility we have. There are two, I believe you identify them as custodian battleships, permanently tasked to defense, along with dozens of platforms and whole flotillas of escorts and cruisers.
That's good. That's good. You taking all the necessary precautions. You'll be glad to know, Endeavor, that this knowledge about the warp gate that I've just so casually dropped is not as casual as I'm making it out to be. Certain Imperials do know, but thankfully for you and for me, and for everyone upon the ship, the people that know are at least somewhat sympathetic.
Forgive me for asking this, and I will understand if you refuse to answer, but do you actually know where it is?
Now, Merz, I have no idea where it is on the map, but could I pretend to know where it is on the map?
You can roll to save, yeah.
I look at her and say, do you think I would be name dropping the name of the planet, the warp gate, my intimate familiar knowledge of this whole thing without knowing its location? I wouldn't be able to fly a ship there, but I certainly know a thing or two.
Well, fair enough.
And there are others to know too.
It would not have over much surprised me if you were tactically sharing knowledge in order to make me fill out the gaps you do not have. But you know more than you let on. I can tell.
Exactly. And we're gonna have to start working on your deception skills, because other people might come asking, and you certainly don't want to let the other people know.
I expect when I am meeting most other people, I will be wearing a helmet.
Nod, nod, and nod. Smart. Now that we have this out of the way, can you please tell me anything your people noticed on the space stations? Any symbol, any iconography that kept popping up? Anything at all will help me, because this is. I have to know.
Yes, we may have gotten the translation wrong, but I hope it will be useful enough for you. The facilities were constructed and are held under the everlasting protection of the Cyclone Lords, and their dread servants shall wreak havoc upon all those who would harm them. We also traced cognonyms for what we believe to have been two of the Cyclone Lords. We are aware that your Mechanicum possess age-extending technologies and stasis devices. So even with the great age of these stations, we considered it a real possibility that they were still alive. His cognonyms refer to the First Serpent and the Last Storm.
Hold on. Oh, no. The serpent, that's the. I think he's actually running around as a pirate nowadays.
Ben, you know that as well. We discovered references to a First Serpent, or at least someone using that name, operating in the Great Nebula across the sector.
Oh, the Grail Dark. Yeah, that's a part of the galaxy that our navigation is quite spotty in. So, Imperial forces don't go there, or at least they go and they never tell about anyone. Oh no.
We sent scouts, diplomats, and traders to attempt to make contact. And though I was never one of those who met the serpent, they confirmed he was a Cyclone Lord, either a successor to the name or the original, still, as he claimed, 12,000 years old. He passed us information that confirms his connection to Cyclothrath and enabled us to make a better use of the warp gate. It was through him that we have now been able to reduce transit times in it and enact simultaneous travel from both sides. Previously, we could not. If someone was coming from the side in the Empire to here, it was not safe to attempt to send the messages or ships back from here to the Empire. Now it is so, and it was thanks to that we felt we could actually engage in a full military campaign against the Imperium.
See? Humanity had some incredibly advanced technology before we ended up like this.
Indeed.
Endeavor?
Yes, Narcia?
The serpent guy. Why do you think he gave you guys that information? Why did you pay for the information? You just hand it? Or did you give him something in exchange? Because I guarantee you he didn't do it out of the goodness of his heart.
I believe we... Yes, we gave him sufficient equipment to outfit 2 full battalions of your Imperial Guard. Somewhere into the tune of 2,400 rifles and armor. And, and suits of pulse armor.
You know, that guy was probably working with Chaos. And he was actively aiding you through the gate just so he could weaken us for the coming of the Black Crusade. But I hope not.
Ongoing revelations do make that seem likely.
Yeah.
But the station's artificial intelligence did respond to the commands he passed to us.
AI?
Indeed, the stations around the warp gate. I did say they were almost abandoned. The remnants were, the remaining inhabitants were purely mechanical life forms. Well, not life forms, but you understand the meaning, yes?
Yeah. What we would call men of iron, I think. Robots. Automatons.
Yes, or automatons. None so grand as your star eaters that you told me of in the when we had dinner, but automatons nonetheless.
Oh. Oh. God.
Initially, they just kept things running and allowed us to use it. They objected if we interfered with their maintenance routines, but otherwise did nothing. Oh, thanks to the serpent's gifts, we were able to actually make use of them. Command them to bring the gate to full operating capabilities. And let me just make a willpower roll here. To provide information on the gate's internal mechanisms.
Do you think you guys will be able to make more of those?
I am not of the Earth caste. I cannot speak to whether that is within our abilities. And you can roll scrutiny on her again.
Fate. Actually, give me a second. I think I have something for scrutiny. Why, yes. Yes, I do have. I don't have something for scrutiny. Never mind.
You guys are awful.
Yep, definitely not. Definitely
Alright,
not.
you cannot get a good read on her now. She isn't that much better at lying than she was, but she is, she is restraining her obvious tells.
I'm actually proud of her, unironically.
Yes,
Finally.
Amelie, if you wanted to, you could roll scrutiny.
I might as well. I don't think I'm going to get it, mind you. I was closer than I thought.
Wow.
Unfortunately, not close enough.
And you could buy in with a fate point if you wanted to.
No, it's
No.
3 too high.
Oh, yeah, it is. Damn it.
It would have been a beautiful world in any other situation, but not this one. Unfortunately, Amelie does not have this group.
Yeah. Neither of you can get a particularly good read on Endeavour. Perhaps if you push them more, you might get whatever I've asked you to roll for. Perhaps there isn't anything I've asked you to roll for. Perhaps I'm just gaslighting you.
I hope you are.
Mhm.
We deserve to be gaslit. Because we're aligned with the Xenos.
That could be a possibility.
Well,
However,
I'd
I've chosen to
say
ignore it.
I'd wish good luck to your people if you try and make any warp gates. Now, my history, human history, ancient human history that is kind of spotty, but there might be a good reason why we don't have more warp gates. See, opening holes to the warp, through the warp, or around the warp. Yeah, sure, you can open them, but you may never be able to close them ever again. Probably the reason why. How do I put this? So, humanity uses the warp for a lot of things. We use it for communication, we use it for travel.
Indeed, and I have seen you draw upon it in battle, even.
Yes, quite terrifying, because we don't entirely control it, mostly convincing it to go with our whims most of the time.
Well, one does not entirely control a nuclear reaction, and yet we channel them through weapons.
My concern here is that the reason why we don't have more warp gates, and the reason why Cycle Trace is gone, might have something to do with the gate. And if you try to build more of them, there might be certain complications. But that's besides the point. That's a problem for future us. Present us have other things to worry about. Things like a huge disturbance in the warp that we have detected very recently. Last time in human history that we had a disturbance of this scale, the interdimensional aliens we're talking about, a whole new branch of them came into existence seemingly out of thin air. It's not quite that big because we don't have an interruptible warp storms across the entirety of the galaxy, but it's pretty close. So, whatever is coming is pretty big.
That
That's
is
everything I want to say.
quite concerning.
What's even more concerning is that your people are in the way of that disturbance and the rest of the sector. I think time might be working against us, Endeavor.
Time waits for none, not even those who walk the path of the greater good.
Well, sorry. One day I need to come in here and actually deliver some good news to you, but that.
Well, until then, I will just have to settle for the radiance of your presence.
Ah, such a damn charmer, you know that. Who knows? If we live through this, we might get to see that cruise. That's a big if.
Indeed. Oh no. Given my injuries and my length of service, I would be eligible to apply for retirement next year.
Let's see if we still
No, you
exist by next year.
don't mention your retirement date. That's how you get the universe to cosmically curse you.
Oh, shit. We're there the entire time. Like there, in that specific spot. No, wait. Is that spot? How do you do that? But yeah, no. That's a good point. There is this human belief that if you mention your retirement date, you virtually guarantee your inevitable and premature demise.
Well, I lived through that once. And all I have for it is useless legs.
You know,
I have at least 2 more limbs that I can sacrifice on the altar of inevitability. She just smiles at you.
tell you what. Next time you lose some limbs, but we're making your spine.
So long as it is you actually making a new one and not just taking one out of a condemned prisoner.
Well, of course. My spine is made out of metal. My entire skull is replaced by a very exotic alloy that I'm not sure I can even properly name. My eyes. They might seem real from afar, but you take a closer look, they have also been replaced. So have my ears. We can replace virtually everything on your body, and although it would be hard to acquire the right parts, nothing is impossible.
Well, if we ever get a chance to sit down and relax for a bit, not just jump from one important diplomatic meeting to another, I might take you up on that.
I have quite a lot of paperwork I should be catching up to, but before I actually start doing my job aboard the ship again, I wanna. Now, I know this is also gonna seem pretty silly, but hold on for a second. I'm gonna read something, and I want you to tell me if anything sounds familiar here. When the blooded eyes' tears run clear, when the serpents scream, the knights of the book shall light the fires, the lost shall return, the Lord shall welcome the saviors of man. Have you seen this symbol before? Saw her fucking Horus eye.
Hold on. She takes out a data pad and skims through it like a filter and shakes her head. I know I have seen it somewhere, but I cannot place it. And search filters are not helping.
It is entirely possible that maybe some of the human mercenaries you guys have been employing, or maybe the Serpent's forces, might have bore this symbol.
Perhaps. No, we mercenaries have not worn it. And as I told you, I was not one of those who met with the serpent.
Yes, you've told me, but the thing is, you, when you were lost in the warp, you had visions. It is entirely possible you might have shared some of these visions. I told you it's silly, it's superstition, but I still gotta cover my bases. The fact that you even recognized, you've seen the symbol before somewhere is it's partially confirming my superstitions to a point.
We have been engaged in minor operations in this sector for more than 20 years. Now, openly for the last 3 or 4, there has been a great many reports I have seen. Great many one-off symbols that are clearly important to the wearer, but do not come up again. This may be one of them. It may be one from something actually important that I just forgot about because of the sheer amount of important things I have to deal with as an operational commander.
I had to literally get part of my brain hacked out and replaced so I can withhold all my information. So I kinda know how you feel.
That does not sound healthy.
It doesn't sound healthy, but if you consider all the damage my skull has endured over the years, if I didn't have that augmentation, I would have probably been dead. The foundation laid in my head for that augmentation is probably the only reason why I'm even still alive. And yes, I was wearing helmet. It didn't help. It's plasma cannon.
Yes, that would do it.
Oh, I'm exceptionally good at getting shot in the face. Look, stop picturing my head exploding and just move this along real quick. Just I have more passages, but you know what? We can get to them another time. Let me just get all my paperwork out of the way and prepare for whatever else comes this day, and we can actually have another talk under less strained circumstances at some point in the future.
Agreed. I'll keep trying to find this eye.
Also, another thing to keep an eye out for: 8-pointed stars. 8 arrows pointing at separate directions with a circle in the middle.
Yes, the mercenaries. Some of them wear them as holy symbols. Others wear burning books.
That symbol right there is one thing we call chaos undivided. It's for the people who like to worship chaos as a whole, as an entity, without picking any favorites. This kind of briefing, all this glorious forbidden information I'm about to drop to your lap. You better get some big data paths ready. Oh, and of course, you don't tell anyone I'm telling you any of this. Neither you, both of you. It's a secret.
Mum's the word.
Right. No, see, there's something I just need to look at your sheet for, see if you have this as a
Glorious.
Okay, you do not have the requisite forbidden law to make that roll. Okay.
No, I don't. I have a lot of forbidden rolls. I got chaos, I got warp, mechanicus, inquisition, necro, and elder tau, but I got limits.
Alright. I need to step away very briefly and this restroom, so you guys can talk amongst yourselves for a bit.
All right. So once we make planetfall, Eloa is going to get tentacled and also repair the systems. Is there anything else we need to do while we're waiting for Reeve?
Nope. Although apparently we're gonna hit Maeror first. He's getting here before we get to the planet.
Okay.
So I have a feeling that's going to be the rest of the session.
All right. Well, I guess Eloa will just like drop the keys in Juno's palm, give her a pat on the back, and say, "Go nuts."
Yeah.
Quickly key up, Captain.
Yes, Narcy.
I have. Well, could we talk real quick?
Sure. Drop the keys into her blouse. I'll be in my office in just a moment.
Very
Perfect.
clearly, you nestled them in your cleavage.
Exactly.
Right then, your office. We'll meet you in the office then.
Flick out her cane and trot along. Yes, Narcy, what's on your mind?
Well, a couple of things. Remember Cyclothrace?
As much as I can remember something I've only heard about, yes.
Okay, let's just take a sit down real quick.
Oh,
And that's something I'll also have to inform Eloa of.
would you like to bring her up here? We were just talking a moment ago.
Oh yes, absolutely. She needs to hear this, because I was even looking into this for her to begin with. So yes, absolutely.
Eloa, turns out Narcy wanted to talk to you too. It's a good thing my
Eloa's
quarters
going
are
to.
only like 20 meters from my office.
Eloa is going to very annoyedly push the elevator button back to go back up.
Ranks have privileges. Actually, rank has privileges. It is uncountable. Or is it?
While we're waiting for her to arrive, how are things with Endeavor?
Well, she's settling in nicely. I have taken the liberty to inform her of all of our impending doom. She, unlike all the other Tau of Med, seem to be taking the threat that is the warp and the ruinous powers seriously for a change, which helps us.
Good, good.
I have also confirmed your suspicions. They do indeed have an ancient archaeotech, a warp gate, that was at some point hovering what would have been Cyclothrace if it still exists in that physical point in space.
I knew they
It's
had to
very
be
heavily
connected. I
guarded.
knew it.
Yes. See, I mean, you called it. The Tau found the warp gate. They started coming through the system. They didn't really know how to operate it very well. Cyclothrace used to be there, but now isn't. Now there's just a bunch of abandoned space stations. And
those renegade tech marines they were searching out in the nebula. That's has something to do with it too.
yes, exactly. Such a brilliant girl you are. They found the serpent character, the pirate, the serpent guy. He was one of the Cyclonian lords, and he, in exchange for a lot of weaponry for his own forces, told the Tau how to operate it better. So now they've been pouring through like a swarm of locusts.
I'll just assume Eloa's
I
here
guess,
when yeah, you're saying
yeah,
that.
the elevator will ding. Eloa will come out. What? I am currently investigating the disappearance of 10mm socket wrenches.
What? The socket wrenches? Who would take so? You never mind. Have a sit down. My esteemed Magos, you will be glad to know that your valiant. Oh god, I have already forgotten my rank. I think my brain might be
You're in,
malfunctioning.
you're an info executor.
Yes, your gallant info executor has managed to gather some intel on Cyclothrace and its existence or lack thereof.
And you didn't simply send this to me over Technolingua?
No, because the Tau can actually listen into our communications, probably with their ones and zeros, and they can actually understand it despite the fact that they pretend not to. I mean, I'm not actually sure if they can, but I'm not taking any chances. It's a
Ella
very.
will just fold her arms under her bust. Not even the Inquisition has broken our sacred code.
Eloa, my esteemed Magos, you have to remind you, this is a species that has managed to create several new spaceship designs
Also,
in the span of like a year or two, while we have been struggling to come up with one for millennia. They are incredibly smart.
The
And
knowledge of the ancients is beyond reproach.
I mean, to be fair, it's
might
also
be
not
beyond
like
reproach, but these people have been working with dark mechanicum forces. The ancients, which is what I'm about to get to right now, my esteemed Magos, have been actively colluding with the Xenos, so nothing is beyond reproach. In fact, Cyclothers, remember we were talking about it, how the entire planet could have been transferred into the warp? We still don't know about that, and neither do the Tau, but the place where the planet should be has a bunch of space stations in close proximity to it, and a massive warp gate that one of the remaining Cyclonian lords, Serpent we're talking about, told them how to fix up and operate at maximum efficiency.
wait a
Are
minute.
you saying that they've cast their world into the webway?
I don't know.
Hold,
I'm making
hold on,
assumptions here.
stop. When did they do this?
This is all assumptions. We don't actually know
No,
what
I
happened to
don't
the
care about the
planet,
planet.
neither
I
do
care
the
about when did
Tau.
the Tau activate their gate?
I mean, the gate was sort of activated, it just optimized it thanks to the Serpent.
Whatever. When
And
did
they've
they
been
do
doing
that?
operations over this sector for what I heard, it was at least 20 years. They've been operating for a while. It's just 3-4 years ago they started getting the big invasion fleets through.
Okay. Because if they had just turned this gate on to full capacity, that would have been not great for, the whole peace thing and our continued alliance of.
No.
If
They
they
did
were
that when we
responsible
were
for this
lost in the
disruption,
warp.
but okay, if it's been going on for a while, that's probably fine.
It happened when a certain demon shut out a warp storm because we stole their Elder GF. They have been chasing for probably a very long time upon a cursed ship.
Right, well,
Well, they can suck it. We came out winners at the end.
Condense all relevant data into Technolingua and beam it to me.
I will physically transfer you the data package because beaming any information to someone that has had active cooperation with the Magos that knows how to operate a warp gate is ill advised.
also I'm right here. Please loop me in.
Mm-hmm. But you see why I am taking all these precautions.
Yes. Have
The
we
Tau would have
seen
never gotten here on
any
their own.
indication that the Tau are using human tech beyond this warp gate, though?
Well, they are working alongside the abominable intelligence that run the stations, hovering what used to be cyclothrace.
Sure, but I mean, if they aren't bringing Magos-level tech with them, it's unlikely they'll breach Technolingua communications on the ship. If there was a Dark Magos here, of course, that'd be a different story, but just the Tau doing
As
Tau
someone
things.
who is very intimately familiar with Tau computing systems, Captain, trust me, it's not worth the risk.
Okay, I will leave it to you. I barely know how to type.
This argument is recursive. Is there nothing else?
No, that's just it. I dug up this wonderful information for both of you because I knew you had a passing interest in this information, and I'm just observing what should be standard operational security when transferring such delicate and sensitive information.
Good job.
That aside, I suppose, Captain Juno,
Yes?
you do know how they're not. I only know Star Trek. They're not called impulse systems, right?
I think they're just
The
plasma
engines that
derived.
allow you to go from like world to world, not the warp engines.
Plasma derived.
Plasma drives, yes.
Plasma drives. All right. Do they have like a radiated byproduct?
Probably.
Captain, I would like a request. For the most part, the irradiated byproduct of the plasma drives is shunted out into space. However, I would prefer to, and she gestures at her mostly mechanical flesh, repurpose them as uh, irradiated ammunition.
If you can do that safely, go right ahead.
I am all but immune to radiation.
I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the interior of the ship and the crew.
The Skitarii are also mostly immune to radiation. It will only be us touching the product, unless, of course, you wanted me to transfer radioactive weaponry to your troops. It will cut off about 10 years of their lifespan.
No. But yes, as long as the crew is not exposed to anything dangerous, you're welcome to do as you like.
Uranium depleted rounds. Excellent.
All right, Merzendi. Do you want me to make an armor roll for that?
Sounds good.
Difficulty, please.
What type of ammo are you trying to make?
SP.
Okay, and like plus 20. That's really simple.
me make the danger bullets?
Mm. They are hyperdense penetrators.
Yee. I was hoping to add like a little bit of pen to my arbacuses.
Don't they already have a chunk?
Yes. Yes, but I want more.
It's fair.
Because you're throwing scary stuff at us. I know it.
I'm not throwing anything at you.
In
Oh.
future, our crew is currently worried about having to fight Chaos Space Marines in, boarding actions and stuff. So,
So, what do you say? Like a +1 to the pen, +2?
Let's actually open up Volume 3 and have a look at how good they are already. Right, Transuranic Occupi are Pen 3 with Lance.
Pen 4?
Wait, they already fire depleted transuranium.
Oh, I guess I'm just giving them more ammunition then. Actually, can I take ammunition for myself for my chain gun?
Sure.
I assume it's just going to be the armor-piercing rounds from the base.
That sounds reasonable.
I think it just adds like. Oh, sorry.
Alternatively, what's the pen on it already?
Gear, rotor cannon, pen 3.
Okay, then yeah, just do the standard AP bullets.
Okay, so I think that's 2, right? Yeah, that's 2. Okay. So now I have sanctified ammunition and armor-piercing ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
can you sanctify the armor-piercing ammunition, though?
Probably.
Rub a Juno on it.
Just
Why? But sanctify the armor-piercing round was like the most American thing I think I've heard in a while.
Yep.
Just pick up the Sister of Battle and a rubber on an ammo drum. All right, sorry for the aside.
It's cool.
It's all right.
That said, I think we're ready to finally meet Maeror.
Yes. Did you have anything you wanted to do on Moab before he gets here? His ship is faster, but not that much faster, so you are going to have like a day before he catches up.
I mean, Juno's going to be right about here, just doing a joyride.
Yeah, Juno's going to do wheelies in a tank while Eloa's dicking around getting these hives back to producing water.
Dicking around, getting dicked down. Same thing.
I mean, if Augie wants to
Okay.
come along for the joyride.
Yes.
Sweet.
So Juno is riding a stick and driving a stick.
Yeah, I
Excellent.
was going to say, it's reverse roadhead. I don't have to look out the... I don't have to see where I'm going anyway, so I might as well.
As long as you keep the chakram activated, there's basically nothing that can stop you.
All right. And where do you want to get ready for Maeror's for meeting Maeror? Do you want to do it on the ship or?
Yeah, sure.
Surely we should. Well, we can do it on the ship, or we can do it on what are they called? The budget judge dreads.
What?
Arbiters?
Yeah, in the Hall of Justice.
Let him just pop onto the ship. Our place is way nicer.
Sure.
And we already have a room for meetings.
Yep. I'll probably make a new map for that at some point. A dedicated one rather than just stealing the side room of the Tower Bridge.
Oh, is that where we are?
Yeah!
Fair enough. Yeah,
Yeah,
interior
just
maps for the Vigil make
the,
sense.
On the GM layer, there are several Tau on a guard and a crisis suit just looming.
Beep boop.
Yeah. Who are you bringing for meeting?
I mean, obviously the War Band and Augie.
Waifus and assorted?
Yeah, I mean, the waifus came from Maeror's War Band, so...
I mean, one of them did.
Well,
Marco, the greatest waifu.
I kind of feel like bringing Endeavor along would be funny, but maybe wait for him to okay that.
Alright. And Eclectic?
Probably not.
Alright. Moira?
Probably not.
Wait a minute. So we're not putting Marco in a skirt and calling him a waifu.
I mean, Marco is the best waifu, it's true. Yeah, so player characters, Augie, and other inquisitorial staff, I guess. Let's put it that way.
So, Tessa, Kiara, Jeff, Sadra, and Marco.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and Space Marine, yes or no?
Probably not. He needs to train the troops, and we are going to discuss heretical shit.
Yeah, probably not.
Yes, if he feels excluded, because we do not want him to feel excluded.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to come gabber at an Inquisitor for a while, he's welcome to, I guess, but he's not on the this is not optional list.
He would rather do actual important stuff.
Yeah, that
Oh,
makes
thank
sense.
God.
I feel like ship's policy is Renault is welcome to go wherever he wants, whenever he wants, because it's not like we can stop him.
Fair enough.
Everyone loves Renault.
It's true.
Yeah.
Renault's great.
I'm pretty sure the only room he doesn't go in is Amelie's. Just like, is Amelie working out? No. Okay. I'll go work out.
Lingering trauma from getting beat up by the little girl.
To be fair, I usually don't dare approach the room that Amelie's working in.
It is deleterious to your health.
Alright, so we'll land. He'll get a shuttle over, be met by one of your assistants, and he hasn't come alone. Instead, he has a little escort of several stormtroopers and one of his pet assassins. And they're not an escort for him. He doesn't need an escort. They're an escort for a man in the uniform of the Militum Nox, who is very heavily restrained.
I see.
Oh, you have one of those around. Look at him.
Where one of those?
Greetings, Lord Maeror. Welcome back to the Vigil. Glad to see you're all right.
Yes. Well, all right is one word for it. let me come closer. How am I actually looking, Juno? He steps into your soul sight range. And Juno, yeah, his arm is glowing gold now. And could you make a Psyniscience test?
Sure.
Am I included in this, or is this super secret?
Do you have soul aura vision?
You mean Psyniscience? Yes.
No, I mean soul aura vision.
Oh,
And you can do a chunk with Psyniscience alone, but well,
Right.
are you going to focus on him?
I'm gonna spend a fate point to trust in the creed and get a giant bonus on this.
Sure. You know what? I'll wait. How far am I away from getting another corruption point? Oh, I'm at 19. I think I'll just
do it. Risk malignancies.
Do it.
The DM is tempting you to the dark side. Don't do it.
All right. So Juno, yeah. While at first glance that arm is now glowing gold, you can see it's a golden lattice. There is dark in there. The arm is once more being overrun by dark, but it's being restrained and it's being shaped by this lattice work. And you can see several focal points for the lattice.
Do the focal points form any sort of recognizable pattern or anything familiar about that?
No pattern, but the points themselves, the way they glow, look. Well, you're a doctor. You can recognize bones, especially bones that aren't where they're supposed to be. A finger bone that's now just been inserted into his elbow joint, or a couple of teeth around the shoulder.
Juno's.
They're glowing very, very brightly, golden with the Emperor's light and faith.
Alright, so Juno's gonna glance at him for a moment, lean in. She's gonna, shift where she's standing enough so none of the rest of the warband can see it. She's gonna straight up lift her blindfold off, just press her face up into this, what the fuck? Pull that back down after a moment. Yeah, you're fine.
Ah, excellent.
You appear to have grown a lattice work of holy light all throughout your arm that is restraining whatever presence is in there and shaping it to your will.
Ah, yes. You're too young to have ever visited, but I'm sure you know of Savin.
Out of character, do I?
It was the Cardinal world in the sector, and then Abaddon blew it up.
Juno will nod. I'm aware of it, or in the past, I suppose.
I've visited and dug through the remnants. Found a couple of holy relics going spare.
Ah, I see. Alright, those are actual literal bones in there, not just metaphorical ones. Fascinating.
Yes. Saint Demetria's teeth. Saint Jubilee's thigh bone. Few others.
Well, he's...
I figured since your holy blood helped drive it back, just directly putting in a whole bunch of holiness would work as well.
Well,
And I'm glad to see it has.
indeed, I think their power and mine have synthesized nicely. While Mayor was talking, Juno's removed her glove and done the poke test on the lattice. Because last time she touched Mayor's arm, it fucking hurt.
There's a chill there. It's unpleasant but not painful. Yes, there is definitely improper otherworldly power there, but it does just appear, to all measures, constrained.
Fascinating.
Fascinating. Indeed, Inquisitor, but is this going to be another meeting that could have simply been an email?
This could not have been. That said, Juno will adjust her blindfold. I would like to keep following up with you on that just in case, but it seems to be holding steady for now.
Excellent. I'll just take a seat. I was especially worried after using it on the little Noxa that the precautions would falter, but see, don't have to worry about that.
I'd hesitate using it on any sort of Imperial foe, but...
Oh, yes, it ate chunks of his soul, so I won't be doing that on anyone I don't want very dead.
So, speaking of which, who is our new guest here?
Shall I have him brought in?
Yes, absolutely.
Please.
Stormtroopers march in. Take position at the foot of the table. So I wasn't the only one digging around in Savin. So, friend, why don't you tell us what you were looking for? The eye. The dark eye. Night's eye.
I don't suppose that's related to the Eye of Axaman.
No. The eye looked into the warp's heart. The eye, a tool for despoiler. It sees all, shapes all, opens all.
Come the hour of the hound, come the hungering eye, come the black wolf, come the fury, come the spear.
A creature consumed by their own weakness of flesh. Baltus. What do your eyes see?
You might not want to look too close into that.
Are you asking for?
I'm asking for signitions.
Yeah.
On
Might
what
hurt.
exactly? I didn't know there's a physical.
Homeboy is standing right there.
Yeah. Right there. That guy. Signitions, this guy. Use your big brain.
Okay. Apparently, Juno's is better, but fine.
I mean, only when I spend a fate point to get a giant bonus, because lol talents. See, yours is better.
Alright.
I'd prefer it to be the person who has signatures, but also doesn't have doesn't get corruption half the time from using it.
Well, just taking a look at him, you aren't going to get corrupted. So his soul is not good. It is blackened and shriveled, and there are chunks just missing. They look like something bit down and tore away.
Presumably
Just
Maeror.
at random, just nibbled and ate and mutilated. This man is probably going to die a horrible, painful death in the next year or two, no matter what else happens, just from the sheer spiritual damage.
Emotional damage. Anyone? No, just me. Okay.
And I'm just gonna presume this is not from any recent interrogation efforts. Look at, I might actually bring that up. Like, like has has Maeror been like feeding this guy to a demon for information?
Demon? No, goodness, no. Just, let whatever is in the arm at him.
What do you see?
I'm gonna look at Juno.
I mean, it is some sort of unbirthed elder god. What do you want?
I mean, okay, yeah, that looked that does explain. Yeah.
Yes, whatever's living
Nice
in
book.
Lord Mayor's arm is very spoopy. Luckily
Yeah,
contained for
and
now.
I mean, seeing as how it's literally eating this guy from the inside out. Although I'm sure he was going to sell it away to someone else anyway. What
So
what exactly am I here to like suss out about this guy?
I
No, like
already...
that's out of character.
Oh,
When I wasn't like when I haven't zoned out.
So this guy was digging around on a former Cardinal world and bumped into Maeror and started babbling about some sort of eye when he got into this room.
Oh, isn't that like what we've been looking for?
Apparently not. Juno asked him about the Eye of Axeman, and he said no. So
Okay.
He
Juno?
is still muttering repeatedly about the eye.
Remember those little black books? No, not those. That little black book I found with the prophecies on it.
Yeah.
I'm almost more concerned about the other kind, but yes, go on.
Yeah, so there were certain passages that made mentions to the eye, and I've been paying close attention to the eye. And the eye has come up on multiple of my researches, let's just say.
Yes, I assumed it meant the Eye of Axeman, but apparently this is something else. So if you have any insight...
Well, here's the thing. Horus, his symbol, it was an eye.
Mm-hmm.
Before at least they went the way they did, so it might be a piece of his armor, maybe? Maybe that eye patch, that little eye bit the Space Marines had on their armor. Maybe it got displaced because of warp shenanigans somewhere on that planet, and they are trying to seek it out? Yeah.
What?
I mean, isn't that the eye also like the dark that Abaddon's Legion? Isn't that what they
Yes,
wear?
they do like eyes. The Lunar Wolves had a thing for eyes.
Well, the Lunar Wolves didn't. It was only when they became the Suns that they started wearing the eye.
Oh,
Oh,
come
geez.
on. Don't tell me they didn't always have a secret fetish for the eye. Don't. It's just that they stopped hiding it after a while.
Well, I'm sure if they're hungry for eyes, they'll have no business with me, so all is well.
But yes, just to fill you in as well. You told me my message was a bit distorted. I've already interrogated this fellow. I've drawn certain conclusions. I don't want to just tell you what I found, not because, well, I'm obviously biased in favor of what I already think. So I want you all to interrogate him as best you can. He should be plenty broken. Just see if we come to the same conclusions.
You don't need its brain intact, correct?
No.
Now after we're done with the interrogation, no.
Yeah. So he was already somewhat mad before. Okay. I mean,
I mean,
that's
he's a
obnoxious.
servant of chaos.
Nice.
Of course he's mad.
Oh wait, you
Yeah.
Narcia, we can subject him to my tears.
Yes, we can.
Why are we being emo now?
That's a surprise.
Okay.
Merz, I don't see the point. As Lord Maeror said, he's pretty broken already. Just torturing him more, it's not gonna do anything. We just need to ask the right questions.
I mean, we know that, but it would certainly provide us a degree of satisfaction and get all this unpent all this pent up aggression we have out on someone.
I also need a proof of concept for my new toxin, and Juno has expressly forbade me from using it on menials.
Yeah, no, don't worry. We'll actually commence a professional interrogation.
Juno's looking at you all with a great deal of concern. Slowly turn her attention back to the prisoner. Oh, right. Yes, if we can avoid infecting him with memes or whatever, we can give that a try.
It turns out that the Tears of the Dragon is just Bongo Cat forever.
This is the most inappropriate place to use it, as this guy has already been tortured almost to fucking death.
Exactly.
No, we ask him questions, and then Eloa wants to inject him with Tears of the Dragon 2.0. Eloa never stopped being evil, just less evil.
Yes, and Narcia is very enthusiastic about this whole thing because she wants to see this man be infected with this horrific meme virus.
Anyway. Right, I think we have an interrogation room set up already anyway. Gentlemen, if you'll kindly escort him down, we'll get started soon.
Isn't Balti and Ceiko really good at interrogation?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Balti, Ceiko, Juno is a really terrifyingly effective combo, because Ceiko spots lies like crazy. Baltus is good at just the interrogation, and you're not allowed to die until Juno says you are.
Hey, don't kill him before I can try out my new toxin.
Exactly.
If you don't mind, I won't, adjust the map any for that.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
Okay.
I was gonna
That's fine.
talk to Maeror just a touch more before we get to that, though.
Okay.
Just while they're dragging him off, Juno will fold her hands on the table and say, "So, Maeror, we've also been a bit busy while you were finding our new friend here. We also have a new friend. Her name
Yes,
is... Please.
I hear you have been doing prisoner exchanges with the Tau, and not even, or at least, if you did it unnecessarily secretly, not even infecting them with dread diseases and neurotoxins. Lord Reeve will be very disappointed in you, you know.
I'm sure.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
He's probably going to be slightly more disappointed considering Commander Endeavor is still on the ship,
Yeah.
along with a diplomatic attaché who are very keen on opening up long-term ceasefire/alliance negotiations in the face of the oncoming Black Crusade and apparently now a Tyranid fleet from the north.
Oh, yes, yes. You've gotten the latest from Lucius, then.
Indeed.
Mm.
Well, if any world can just out attrition the Tyranids, it is the Hollow Forge.
So,
The only. Sorry, go ahead, Captain.
the Tau have requested that we bring 3 specific dignitaries to meet with them to finalize a strategic alliance against our mutual enemies of, all life and all that is good in the universe, that being you, Reeve, and the Lady Sector.
Well, there are going to be massive issues with that. And I'm on board, obviously. I've literally done this before, but...
Yes, I assumed getting you on board would be rather easy.
Yes, but Reeve and Lady von Meyer, you'll have issues. And that's... well... I have it on good authority that Reeve has received troubling news from Terra.
Uh-oh.
Unfortunately, my agents were not able to actually pick up what it was, but they did pick up that it bore the seals of the Inquisitorial representative and the Supreme Commanders of the Departamento Munitorum. Their personal seals. So this is a decision from the highest level, whatever it is that he's been told. I have no idea what it is. It could be just a personal charge to lead a crusade through whatever warp gate the tower have and attack them from behind. It could, I don't know, be orders to withdraw from the sector and just issue mass exterminatuses.
Well, that kind of.
So
That's gonna be a problem.
that would make things rather awkward, yes. Speaking of the Tau Warp Gate, though, we've determined where it is, more or less.
Oh?
It's at Cyclothroth.
Ah! Yes, because that is somewhere we all know where it is.
Well,
I'm working on it.
the Tau know exactly where it is, and now we know they're in the same place. The Tau are, or rather, received assistance from the Cyclonian lords themselves to open the Warp Gate.
I am hunting, and I've already put a request for Exterminatus.
The Serpent is still around the Grail Dark, and now he has like 2 battalions that are just full of Tau equipment.
Huh.
God knows when he's gonna make his move.
Well, that's concerning.
I know, right? The forces of Chaos and Dark Mechanicum have been directly aiding the Tau to flood the sector. And
Yes.
we have been considering to use them against the same forces that have been aiding them to flood the sector to begin with.
Concerning, are you not glad? Our enemy has finally gone into within reach of our blades.
I mean,
see, I'm glad about that. I am concerned that they are still active in the Grail Dark. Because, well, when Lady Jarl led the purge after the Graven Crusade, I did allow myself to hope we got, even if we didn't get all of them, we got enough of the pirates in the nebula that they would be broken as a force for at least a couple of generations.
Not only are
No.
they not broken, but
And
they seem to be quite well motivated to fuck with us.
and remember that Eye of Aximand we were talking about? They still do have
Yes.
that, as far as we're aware, this Chaos Fortress / Forge. Now Tau equipment and the support of the Cyclonian Lords. So if anything, we've just cut off the weakest branch.
Yeah,
That's... Even cutting the weakest branches is still at least some progress.
Oh, it is.
They won't have as many disposable foot soldiers now.
Certainly, and
about
depriving them
that.
of their alliance with the Tau is a huge boon for us. But still, someone's going to have to go back in there and figure that out. Preferably not us, but we'll see, I suppose.
Oh, that reminds me, Mayor. Didn't you notice that wonderful disturbance in the warp?
Oh, yes, yes.
Right, I
Wouldn't call it wonderful, personally, but I certainly noticed it.
Well, according to Eloa, it's the largest warp disturbance since the Storm of the Emperor's Wrath, and it's, at the very least, sector-wide, but most likely segmentum. And it's only getting stronger. So we haven't hit the worst yet.
Yeah, no. This is the only reason why we're even considering this defensive alliance. Things are getting very interesting.
The 13th Black Crusade has begun. Our enemies have come within stabbing distance. The despoiler has shown his hand. It is very exciting.
Except, Medus, he hasn't. He's certainly behind this, but he hasn't moved yet. The only things slipping out of the eye have been the plague fleets. The servants of the great unclean. Yeah. The sectors neighboring the eye are in danger of being overrun by the living dead.
Oh dear.
Which puts more impetus on my mission. I will tear from the cold dead hands the wisdom of the ancients that the Cyclonian lords have and burn their world.
Well, if they have anything that will help, we are at the point where we rather need it, I would say.
Give me a second.
Let us
Eloa will stand up and leave the room.
just hope the other great and powerfuls of the sector agree about how desperate the situation is likely to get soon.
We'll have to see. The blow will fall at Cadia, as it always falls at Cadia, at first, at least. This is still just the prelude.
Yes, that's bad enough.
When the gate is sailed, then we'll know things have begun in earnest. And we'll have to see if the despoiler is trying to conquer that and open the way proper, or if he's just doing as he did in the 12th, and moving out to another objective.
He'll never take Cadia.
The planet will crack before the guard does.
I hope you're right. Well,
not. I can't
it's more
imagine.
than hope. You are entirely right. They would die to a man before they gave him a yard. But the hosts of the great enemy are numberless.
Yes, and it seems they have some sort of new weapon at their disposal because whatever this is, they may not need to invade half the galaxy if they can cripple our communications and trade.
The final objective will be Terra. You can be certain of that. But the despoiler is not Horus, not so foolish as the arch-traitor as to just rush. He'll make sure he has everything secure for the last battle. And that does mean us on the way.
Yes, well, we'll just make sure he does not get past us then. Gothic Sector has its reputation as an unbreakable fortress for a reason. You just have to live up to its historic reputation.
Of course, he doesn't actually have to break us to have us secure. Tie us up, besiege us, make it so we can't send fleets out. That would be satisfactory for him.
I'm sure the Tau invasion was a brilliant keystone of that plan.
Doubtful.
Really? You don't think this was orchestrated by the enemy?
Not by the despoiler, at least. Perhaps a prince of the Changer.
This has the changer written all over it. I bet he's somewhere off to a corner, giggling madly to himself at things that are transpiring.
I have a point to make. Narcia, do you have your bolt pistol with you?
I don't have a bolt pistol. I do have my bolter, though.
Oh, I have a storm bolter.
I give it to him.
That is particularly overkill.
Juno draws her bolt
Eloa,
pistol, sits it on the table. Who are we shooting
one of
and why?
Eloa's tentacle will whip out and pick up the bolt pistol.
Hey,
Narcia, shoot me in the chest.
what? No, don't
I
do
mean,
that.
excellent.
Captain's privilege? No shooting each other?
Open fire, please. I want to prove a point.
The bolter jams. Juno's just going to reach.
Eloa will lean over and then flick the safety on.
I'm sorry, Captain. I'm not gonna shoot you. Here's your gun back. As I say that, I pull out my 1911.
Thank you, but stop shooting each other.
Meaningless. Maeror, shoot me.
I shoot you with a 1911.
Just reach over Juno and tap her in the chest.
There you are. Have your gun back. That might have sounded like a silencer, but I would no. You're just hearing things.
The bullet is going to hit Eloa in the chest, but her newly silvered skin will immediately harden around it and it will fall harmlessly to the floor.
Captain, don't look at me like that. I would never fire a sound pistol over your shoulder.
I hate you. Also, why did an Eldar just
Love
crawl
you
out
too.
of your ass to eat a bullet?
To prove a point, Maeror, the knowledge of the ancients is unassailable. This is our technology from the ancient days. It is called a non-Newtonian fluid. I wish to research this uh, ancient technology and pry it from the hands of the Cyclonian lords. If I can replicate it, it would be even cheaper than creating mass flak jackets for our men to be coated in the Omnissiah's will be a great boon to our forces in the coming crusade.
Well, good luck with that. Eclectic is her name. Do you know?
Eclectic, why don't you just come out and say hello, I guess.
Oh, this is a exceptionally comfortable position. But hello.
Does this ring a bell?
Interesting.
Yes, does this ring a bell for you, Mayor? Have you seen something like this before?
Nothing so advanced. Nothing actually intelligent.
Yeah, isn't
But-
Eclectic great?
She is. I quite like one. But yes, I have seen the occasional mass reactive semi-liquid armor.
The reason I showed you this was to put impetus upon my request. I need access to your archives that reference this in any form.
I'll do what I can. I would need to actually return to my headquarters with that request in mind to get you everything.
My coffers are yours should you need them.
Do your coffers include a controlled method of time travel?
Such a thing exists?
Most things exist somewhere. I know for a fact that it's theoretically possible, so the Omnissiah has probably shown someone how to actually make it somewhere.
Technically, Eloa, as a Magos, is my superior officer as a tech executor.
This is my ship.
Narcia outranks you. I am a Magos.
This is your ship, so clearly.
Isn't the Imperial chain of command fun?
Yes! Exactly. This is my point. The exciting thing about being a bureaucrat in this wonderful system. Who is in the right here? The captain's ship? The Magos? Or the Explicator from the Inquisition? Clearly, none of us. Mayor is in charge because he's an actual Lord Inquisitor.
Yes. Well, only if I chose to be, without actually exercising my writ of authority over you. I'm just here as an advisor.
Exactly. So technically, me shooting the Magos despite the captain ordering me not to, or at least trying, failing horribly as the bolter jammed, and then shooting her with my sidearm, wouldn't get me executed. if there was a trial involved. His head just hide behind my Rosarius. Yes.
In any event, this is all reductive. So, aside from interrogating the prisoner, are there any more points to be brought up?
There are some, but they will need to wait until you have made your conclusions from the prisoner.
Very well. And Eloa will gesture, and some Skitaria will come in. Take him to the holding cell. Baltus, Ceiko, Juno. I believe this is your realm of expertise.
Very well. While we are busy, Maeror, if you have any lingering concerns or issues regarding a potential alliance, we do have a section of the ship given over to the Tau diplomats for you to engage them at your pleasure.
The one thing with that I will just warn you. I had an agreement with them. They broke it when it was convenient for them and they thought I was dead. If you go missing again, they'll do exactly the same thing at the worst possible time for us and the best possible time for them.
Oh, I'm sure we would do the same, but that is the good point of having all of us in on this.
Then I shall go and speak to this Endeavour and her attaches. Make sure they know I am in agreement with the principle. Majors, I would request just as a personal favour, even if you are doing other things while the interrogation's taking place, have one of your servo skulls in there. Secondary audio feed. Your input is, I would greatly appreciate hearing what you think from the purely logical perspective.
Would you like to be linked into Boops' network?
No. I've already heard everything he has to say. And I want to be divorced from it as much as possible so I'm not influencing you. Because if I am interpreting things correctly, this is very bad. And I really do just want you to have fully independent views yourselves.
By your
Oh.
recommendation, I will put off repairing the plasma substrate and will observe in person. Oh, and side to side, I have downloaded every single um, program of chemistry from the archives, and I think that you will find the mimosas I have prepared off to the left satisfactory.
Oh.
Down to the last micron.
Alright then. Baltus, Ceiko? One of you go fetch the power drill.
Eloa will join as an observer.
Yeah.
Narcia, please come along. I want you to record all of the results of Tears of the Dragon 2.0.
Affirm, Magos. I will prepare the recording software.
I will be back momentarily.
Oh, I enjoyed that way too much. You know, guys, I've had that silenced 1911 since the start of the game, and I've never used it even fucking once.
And hey, now you got to shoot Eloa with it.
I'm happy I got to shoot anyone with it. I'm so glad the bolter gems I was able to finally pull out my silenced pistol.
I mean, to be fair, a bolter would actually have to roll a 10 to actually hurt Eloa at this point.
Also, in what world does anyone use a silenced pistol? Okay, not in this one. That's what I meant.
I kill minions all the time when you guys aren't looking.
Eloa has a 19 everywhere and a 20 body.
Also, that means you never kill menials because Amelie's always looking.
Exactly. I stopped as soon as you came on board. Also, Eloa, catch his hands.
It's funny you think Ceiko's not looking.
Blump.
Oh wow, you're right. None of this fucking hurts.
The third one does. So I actually take damage on the third one. The first.
Actually, wait. This is Twin Link, so I should do again.
Nope.
See, bulletproof. I could have actually shot you with a plasma pistol, and you would have struck it off. Yeah, no, Ceiko has the best awareness.
I'm back. Hello.
Another thing. What if I was to shoot you with this?
Ignis pattern mass driver?
Huh? The
yeah,
railgun.
That'd go through.
Okay, so you should not be shot by railguns.
I think that's a lesson we can all take to our graves.
Oh yeah, no, that. If I was shot by that, I'd be dead.
Actually, that was taught to me by Graves. That's why I dodged them.
If my friendship with any of you means anything, just remember, don't get shot with a railgun.
Exactly, my words.
Railguns.
Hi, Merz. We're just shooting each other. We started a war amongst Inquisition when you weren't looking.
Fair enough. Maeror goes to leave. You'll actually pause a moment and actually, it occurs to me there is something you won't have the context for. So, yeah, Narcia, a note for you. If you get stuck, this is something I know. You won't. But it might help with the identity of some things. I just don't use it if you don't have to. I really do want you to prove me wrong here.
Don't worry, I'll only drop this in before we inject him with the meme virus. Get the last possible second. But if it's something that can horrify you to this point, yeah, needless to say, we're gonna take this interrogation very seriously.
It's not horrifying, it is concerning, and it is, well, if I go into any actual detail, I may as well just tell you so. Toodles.
Yeah, toodles. See you after the interrogation's done. Don't scare any of the Tau.
I will.
No, stop that. They might shoot you.
What are you talking about? We spent the entirety of the first half of the session doing that.
Yeah, that's my job. Damn it.
Yeah, Eloa's going to be in the interrogation room with Narcia because once we finish the interrogation, he who test subject.
Actually, do you have interrogation? No, I think Jeff and Sadra are going to leave as well. So it is primarily the warband.
Wow. Okay.
I sure hope so. I need someone to assist.
Yes, Juno and Ceiko are going to
Mhm.
be on.
You have a +20.
Yee.
Okay.
How much XP was coordinated interrogation?
It was a level 2. Actually,
It's
All
too
right,
late
that's
now.
way too expensive for me.
Alright.
That's the one.
So,
intelligence social tier 2.
so
Uh,
he is thoroughly broken. You don't actually need to make interrogation rolls. You just need to give me the questions you want him to answer. The answers will be truthful. They may be incredibly vague and murmured madness.
He's a chaos cultist, right?
Yes.
Right. I can provide suggestions, but I'm pretty sure you lot can handle it if you want.
Well, he was found in the dead shrine world. Might as well ask the obvious question. What was he looking for?
The eye. The dark eye, the night eye, the eye that sees the warp. The eye that pierces veils. The hand that reaches through. Hand that shall open the ways.
What are the
That
ways?
shall rend reality.
What are the ways?
The ways the never-born stalk. The passages between here and nothing. The fabric. The barrier and border.
So the warp, or the veil between us and it. Your master intends to open it.
He shall open it. Shall call the master. Shall ease his passage.
Who is the master?
His head lolls. And then snaps to focus. You know well the master, Juno Dandrick. You know his name and his purpose.
Ah, it's your boyfriend.
Shut the fuck up, Narcia. Tell me his name. Speak.
The master is the marshal and the death. Blood red and dark.
And apparently very clingy.
And where is your master now?
He lingers. Lingers at the seams of truth. He waits. He waits for the ways to be opened, and warp and space to be one.
Okay, so the Dark Marshal wants to find this eye and this hand and not just open an ass huge hole through the warp so he can crawl through and get shot in the face again.
When is the shadow meant to spread?
When the damned are burned, the fires of revelation, They shall cast this sector into darkness.
Who is meant to burn?
The damned. Those who live but are already dead.
Hope and desperation shall meet at the gateway that must be broken. Man and monster. Lest all light fade.
Those who live but already dead. Could he be talking about the Flame Falcons? The destroyed
Yes.
chapter?
Yeah. Okay.
That certainly fit the bill.
Mm-hmm.
Your master, what does he know of the webway?
He knows all. He sees all. He has shared with me that the Eldar hide. They scurry from place to place, as if their lives had still had worth.
I mean, they certainly have worth to someone.
No, all their worth. All about them that is worthy is as food for the prince. The thirsting fool.
I'm certainly right about the full part.
A person may yet die, yet still endure if his work enters the greater work. Time is carried upon a current incepted by forgotten deeds. Events of a great moment are but the culmination of a single carefully placed thought. As all men must think progenitors obscured by the past, we work to endure the present, that others who come after continue the work. Show me the Cyclopean lords.
All things change, Magus. All things are washed away. Entropy and eternity, the passages of life, all shall be forgotten and consumed by the darkness.
Fool that you are, the machine is immortal. Tell me of the Cyclonian lords.
No machine is immortal, save the machine that is all. The ever-turning cogs of progress and change.
Where is
Your
Cyco?
lies.
He does not appear to know about the Cyclonian lords.
Is your master connected to the Tau's presence in this sector?
They are tools. Tools and fools that shed blood madly.
Are they tools he wields?
He fights with them. The master's games are concealed behind their battles. They talk of strategy and fighting as if those matter. And all that matters is the ritual, the rite.
What ritual?
The shedding of the right blood at the right time. I have told you, the damned die. The flames of revelation shall spring up thricefold. They shall enwrap the sector. They shall drag Gothic into the warp and the warp into Gothic. All shall be one in the Master's kingdom.
What does your master fear?
Oh, he has naught to fear.
There must be something that concerns him. Some potential wrench he desperately wishes not to be thrown into his plans. Tell me.
He walks the path of godhood. None, not even you and your false mantle of divinity, can hurt him.
Please.
My magic sword hurt him?
We kicked him back to the warp once by the Emperor's grace. We will do it again and again, until he is nothing but a cowering child fearful to show his face in this sector.
I mean, he's already afraid to show his face in the sector. He's been doing a lot of cowering as of late.
You speak of kicking. You speak of throwing. And all this while, I just see the knife at your back.
Speaking of blades, can my sword hurt him?
Juno
Yes.
draws the knife off of her belt. The knife off my back, huh? The only knife I know of is the one I stole from your master.
And you're blind.
Yeah.
More blind than I already thought. You do not see the obvious in front of you.
You mean the fellow Imperial forces potentially shooting us in the face? That is not very surprising. We shoot each other in the face on a daily basis.
Those you call your allies. Here you are, betraying them with the blue skins.
Betrayal? I mean to save them.
No, hold on. That's rich coming from the fucker with his little dark gods that decided to side with the Tau. You guys sided with them first, you know? Like, you can throw as much shit as you want at us, but that's still not going to change the fact that the Militar Nox decided to cower behind the Tau fleets.
Cower.
Cower.
Oh, they fight. They die loudly. And the Master's plan advances step after step.
Oh, so that's why they start executing your little blood cults. You guys want to gather everyone around, stab them in the chest, rip out their skulls for your little skull throne, and then throw a hissy fit when the Tau decide to shoot you for your inhumane actions. And whine. Without actually being able to do anything about them because they have those pesky railguns pointed at you.
You think we fear railguns? You think they've stopped us, even slowed us for a moment with their talk of mercy and humanity and hope?
Oh no, I know they're a gullible bunch of fucks that will absolutely believe you if you tell them that all these blood rites are completely consensual. I'm aware of that. But I'm also aware you're not railgun proof.
Shoot me then. You will see all I am proof to.
I think he might be baiting you.
Seems like a waste of tungsten.
This argument is going nowhere. Whence comes the shadow?
When but those damned that yet still live die,
Who are the
flames
damned?
of revelation.
Who are the damned?
Those who are dead but yet live. Those who have been branded with death and death but still breathe.
I see. The unclean one's droppings.
Can I throw a forbidden lore at this?
I mean, the Mayor was just telling us about the zombie fleets.
Interesting thing about zombies, they don't draw breath.
Mm-hmm.
So can I throw forbidden lore at this?
What sort of forbidden lore are you thinking?
I was thinking depth of knowledge, chaos.
You can,
Minus 20? 30?
I mean, you are largely barking up the wrong tree with chaos. I'm just going to tell
well,
you.
I mean,
How about Forbidden Lore Inquisition?
but I am talking to a chaos tutor, so it was a thing. Forbidden lore Xenos? Because the only other thing I can think of are enslavers.
I mean, it seems to me like he's speaking in metaphors. Not
Yeah,
but the thing is that, like, the Walking Dead that are still living, that's exactly what happens when you get captured by an enslaver.
Yeah. Given that there is not an ongoing enslaver pandemic, or an ongoing incursion of zombies or other life, or other dead-raising Xenos, I think you can conclude he's...
Talk about the Flame Falcons.
Not necessarily the Flame Falcons, but something like that. Just a metaphor for someone who is condemned to die, but is not dead.
now.
Oh no, the Lamenters! No,
he's been
my special
speaking about a
boys.
plural group, right? He's not.
Yep.
Okay, just making sure. Leave me alone, Baltus.
Yeah, he's speaking plural, but I'm like, wait, there's someone else who fits that specific bill.
I mean, it's true. A bunch of living saints could all get together, hold hands, and combust, I suppose.
Or is he talking about the what's their names?
If you really want to, I will allow a logic roll.
Can we assist since we're all rubbing our brains
Legion
together?
of the Damned.
Yes.
Do not have that.
Okay, difficulty, please.
+0.
How many people are helping me?
Max.
I think I can help.
The two that can.
So +20.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, he is talking about the damned, people who are dead but aren't dead. Could mean literally, or it could just mean people who are definitely going to die but haven't died yet. And he did also talk about 3 sources from which the fires will spread. And, the Gothic sector does, or rather did, have 3 prison worlds where people are sentenced to lifelong imprisonment or death.
Alright, Exterminatus.
No, the opposite of that. Shit, fuck Jal. We need to stop that from happening. Fuck.
Alright. Elle was not going to say it out loud, obviously, but is going to put it through code to the other people in the room.
I see. Out of character, which is the nearest of the prison worlds? Because as far as we know, only one has been obliterated.
Yes, the nearest one.
Yes. So other than that, what?
Slade, which was also in the Cyclops cluster, was already blown up. The next nearest one is in the Aura subsector, the Hellworld, and then the last one is in Port Moore, Walpurgis.
Have we heard any status updates about those two worlds yet?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they are very far away. I will just briefly move you over to the sector map so you can see quite how far.
Yeah.
It's just in a straight line, 93 days to Walpurgis and 70 days to Hellworld. And you can't go in a straight line to any of them.
No. Actually, could you flip us onto the other map? Because that'll show us where our friends are. Where the fuck is... Right, the plane falcons are all the way up there. Well, they're not that far away from Hellworld. Okay, well, that's alarming.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to resume the interrogation
I
now?
suppose so. Juno's gonna look at this guy dangerously, say, "Is Amy Jal working with you?"
Not directly.
You say that.
The fanatic makes the finest tool. Do not need to seduce them to our plans. We can just make it so they act as we need them to.
Ah, you see, now that's what the Changer was having a giggle about.
See. I see. And what pretense do you intend to enact to get her to bomb the next prison planet?
Hellworld. I believe the Tau cannibal cults are nearing it. Their flesh-eating Kroot starve the sector to surrender, and she'll burn the Hellworld rather than letting it be another source of recruits.
Recruits.
Can't believe you did this. Recruits. You're still gonna die, though.
Death is just death. It's not an end.
Not for you, it won't be, no. You'll be tortured for the rest of eternity for what you've done.
But that was a good pun, though.
As if
As if your fate will be any better.
I shoot him.
Whoa!
Get immediately bolter to the face. Unload.
No, stop
Nope.
you.
Just pull trigger.
Well, at least I'll try.
Oh, come on, Amy. At least let me murder him.
Come on, roll your attack.
Do it, Amelie.
No, I want to get all.
Yeah, just let the possessed man be infected by a virus. It'll be hilarious.
Also, I thought you already shot him.
I mean, I'm attempting to, yes. Let me.
I don't think Narcia stops you.
No.
Oh,
Oh
is
my God.
Balti trying to stop Juno as well?
Uh,
It
Please
seems
tell
like
me
it.
what's happening.
okay, the little Chaos 2 got temporarily mind controlled by Frank again, apparently.
Yeah, but
Quickly.
what are you
I'm
doing?
shooting him in the face.
Oh, I
Not
was,
you.
Balti.
I was stopping Juno from shooting him in the face.
Don't think so.
I mean, your BS is irrelevant here.
Oh.
Grapple.
It would actually start with a weapon skill from Balti, and then it would go into strength rolls.
Oh no.
You're trying to grapple her.
I mean, that's a
Let's-
3. I failed with my 47 either way.
Yeah. I'll take the 3 for the strength roll, but first he has to, actually get hands on.
And I
Restrain this
dodge
maddened
that?
woman.
I would assume
Yes.
that's opposed. Okay. Let's see.
The battle of the noodle arms.
What?
Alright then, my turn. I use a fate point for that fucking roll. I try to grapple you too. I
Does
don't quite succeed.
does Juno have step aside?
She does, in fact, have step aside.
Then go.
What?
Yeah, she just bobs and weaves between the two of you and shoots him in the head.
It was a prime test subject, Juno.
Juno, you could have subjecting him to a meme virus. You could have thrown a meme virus at Frank. Such a waste
Juno will
opportunity.
continue to fire her bolter until the magazine runs empty.
Eloa's just gonna leave the room.
I'll just delete his body.
Eloa's just going to leave the room in disappointment. Perfectly good waste of a meme virus.
Good God, those rule. Those rolls, super success every fucking time.
Look,
Yeah.
literally the only combat anything Juno has at all is max ranks dodge, mastery dodge, and step aside. This is what she's here
Yeah.
for.
I just realized she's also blind. So how the fuck?
I have 5
She can
meters.
see souls.
I have
all
5
right,
meters of
that
soul sight, and if
fuck-
you're grappling me, you're within that soul range.
Yeah, that's true. I guess.
Yeah.
Now, if you were a blank, then yes, Juno couldn't attempt to evade you. But you are the opposite of a blank.
If anything, you're probably the brightest person in the room, Jordan.
That's probably true. I just realized I could have also literally just held prisoner, but I forgot I'm a psychic.
I think the last thing you need to do is risk psychic power summoning another demon.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll help you out, Buzz.
Not even because you'd be wrong to use your powers, but just because your luck specifically would just make it so it's a demon.
Let's see, did I even roll doubles at that? No, I didn't. I can't believe I rolled a 3 on my strength check, though. Holy shit.
It would have been really good if Juno wasn't fucking dodgy.
Yeah.
Again, I also have mastery dodge, so I can just spend a fate point to auto succeed with many DOS, so he's fine.
Fucking blue screen.
The one who could stop her from murder did not want to stop her from murder.
But what I miss?
Well, the stormtroopers no longer have a reason to be around, so they'll just go home.
Juno will tell them
Captain!
there's a buffet of pastries outside they're welcome to have.
So, about your outburst.
Yes, Narcy.
Fun fact, did you know that the cult that guy belonged to thinks there is no higher honor than dying?
Juno,
Good.
that was a test
Then let him
subject.
die in glory to his dark god.
Yeah, the fact that you shed his blood makes him win.
I don't care.
Could have tortured him for hours with
He wasn't
meme
him
pie.
anymore. That was Frank possessing him, you dumb motherfuckers.
No, that was him. Frank is but a shadow in his psyche.
Neither of
A
you
mere
have soul
footnote.
vision. I know what I see.
Can we not argue over the corpse? I think we have more of those to make, with Frank coming back.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Besides, you guys were barely getting anything out of him anyways.
No, we got exactly
no,
what
we
we
got
needed.
plenty.
We have our next objective. Unfortunately, we're far out of position for it.
You had best find me a mass murderer or a mass diddler so that I can test this.
Actually,
Well, where we're going, Eloa, there will be plenty.
Who the hell is talking to me?
Marco.
He's been here this whole time.
Yeah.
To be fair, that is an appropriate reaction for Marco if he wanted it to be.
Look,
Fine. Going to need a test group of at least 10 then. Narcia, file the paperwork.
I will, but first, can we just... You know what, never mind.
Juno just
No, I
stomps
don't
off
care,
to go
it's
find
dead.
Maeror.
Yes.
I'll
Are
file the
you
paperwork.
are you speaking to him again as a group, or is it just Juno now?
Juno's going to speak to Maeror. If anyone else wants to come along, they're welcome to.
You know, I
Didn't
would
Maeror,
love to follow along, because this paperwork is not a priority.
didn't Maeror ask specifically for Eloa to give her 2 cents?
Yes.
Okay. Eloa will go along.
Right. Yes, you can. You can locate him. Done already, then?
Yes, we know exactly what he's planning now, and who he is.
So, I think we've come to mostly the same conclusions, then.
The Dark Marshal. He intends to sacrifice the populations of prison planets via Vigil to act as fuel to open up some sort of rift through the sector, plunge the whole thing into shadow.
Yes.
Oh yes, and then there's also his little artifact hunting, but details.
Mayor, being honest, Lord Inquisitor, how likely do you think it is you can pull Jal's leash?
Not likely enough. And
Well,
there
that's
is
true.
the matter. Do we think Jal is actually a traitor, or is she just a dupe?
Probably
just
a
a
dupe, but
pawn.
I will say this that concerns me greatly. The armor she wore, I've never seen anything like it, prevented me from seeing even the slightest trace of her soul, not even through the eye slits. I couldn't tell you if she's corrupted or not, and there was no reason to wear something like that just to speak to me.
She wears it to speak to everyone. Has done since the Graven Crusade.
That doesn't make it better. Obscure.
No.
No one hides their soul from the entire galaxy without something to hide.
Well, I think this situation calls for an Evisor. I'm kidding, of course. No situation calls for an Evisor.
An Eversaw wouldn't get close enough. And even if it did, it would probably end up splattered against her Terminator armor.
Yeah, funny how he has that.
Makes me feel like I should be dealing with her.
We're gonna have to try diplomacy for this one.
If it
I mean, it's diplomacy if she can still breathe, right?
if it comes down to it, I'm not terribly concerned about her Terminator armor. I have a knight, and she has a dinky ship. We can easily take it.
Push comes to shove, I will call upon the Ordo Reductor.
My God, we're so eager to infight. Truly, the finest of Imperial.
No, of course, this
I mean,
is
we've been on-
exactly what he wants.
I mean, we've been on the receiving end of that for a while, but it's also true. He'd just be totally duping us. Like he's the most trustable person.
He's likely telling the truth, but, of course, Imperial infighting is exactly what he wants, no matter who, what, where, or why. So no. Besides, killing an Inquisitor would leave a terrible taste in my mouth if we had to. Prefer not.
Well, I wasn't talking about killing her. You said she was duped, right? Just knock her out.
Maybe.
Good luck doing that without killing her.
Well, that's what I'm here for. It's my specialty.
The Inquisitor will not listen to my logic. She is predisposed to a hatred towards my kind. Even though when the end of her days comes, she will beg my kind for salvation, as all elder Inquisitor do.
Yes, and even if we could just effectively take her out, all the resources we have to spend on stopping her may just make a window for the Nox to slip through and blow the planet up themselves.
Precisely. We'll need all three to get through, so for immediate priorities, I don't think there's much chance Jal, unless she is completely fallen, would kill other Sororitas. Perhaps I can pull my strings and have them deployed to the prison world next to Port Maw. We have some presence there. Press upon
As
them the
much
urgency, but...
As much as I would like to aid you, Juno, I think the greatest chance of you convincing her to steer away from her path is to get Reeve, Baltus, yourself, and Narcia to convince her.
Yes, I agree. I will do what I can to talk her down. But even if Jal is the one to pull the trigger, we still must protect these worlds.
Oh, and one more suggestion, if I may. Call upon the chapter master. His voice added to your own, even a Inquisitor cannot deny.
Right.
If she is still herself, not some flesh puppet piloted by a demon ally under there, that would be pretty certain to get through to her.
And if she is being puppeted by a demon, then a chapter master at your side would ensure your survival.
Army? Me. Please,
You too, obviously.
Clear. Every plan of subterfuge is automatically keyed you into being into the ceiling.
I have to check. I'm pretty sure Juno's going to manage to talk this one down again, and I'm not going to get to fight anything.
I'm not as confident as I usually am this time, but I will try. But for now, I'll see if I can move Sororitas assets to protect Walpurgis and the Marines to Hellworld.
I will call into the Mechanicus legions. Surely they can spare some Scutarii in return for certain favors.
Speaking favors, I had a character real quick. What's the deal again with Shout Tau ship technology? Is it like slower, but they don't go through the warp or something?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so it wouldn't be there would be no benefit of trying to get them to help.
So, for your mind's eye, to go from end to end, the Imperium dives into a lake, right? To get to the bottom.
Right.
The Tau skip a rock across the surface. So they skirt the warp, they don't go through it.
Fair enough. I was just wondering how they both get to. Oh, well, I mean, if,
I
the
think
metaphor
the
for me.
I think the only people that are faster through the warp than the Imperium are the Eldar because they have the webway.
Yeah, and for webway is only questionably if it counts as warp at all.
It's like point to point, yeah. Necrons just kind of do wibbly wobbly sciencey stuff.
Yeah, or they just hijack the webway.
No.
Depends on which is more efficient for the job at hand.
Yeah. Ironically, the absolute like medium of speed going through the web, going through interstellar travel are the fucking orcs that put a bunch of fucking teeth on the front of a rock and then just hop on and just start chanting and running around. And I'm not kidding.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's the best thing. But yes.
So did you have a point with that question? Or...
I was just going to see if we weren't overlooking the Tau potentially giving us a ride since they were more stable, but I forgot they were slower. So no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
so-
the difference between a shaggin' wagon and hopping in a sports car.
So I don't suppose anyone has any better ideas than astropaths to communicate. Because trying to get this information where it needs to go is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass.
I mean, I have an idea.
Yes.
See, I was gonna say it. I was gonna say a very, very funny joke, but then I realized this is probably not the time for jokes, and no,
Well-
scrap that idea.
There are two that I have. My ship is exceedingly fast, as is Lord Reeves. Can use them as carriers. Or, and this is absurdly heretical,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say for my idea.
blood sorcery.
Yeah, damn it, Maeror. I stopped myself from saying blood sorcerer out loud.
A
Consider-
ritual sacrifice would allow us to stabilize the warp a little, so a message could get through without the ongoing interference.
No, bad, bad. That's how you get the attention of those bastards. Bad, no.
Yes, the less sorcery in the sector, the better off our chances, I think. Juno will tap her chin for a moment. I suppose there's a third option. I mean, I don't know if this is
Is it just throw holy power at it and hope?
No, although that is my solution for getting us around once the Astronomicon's blacked out. We'll circle back to that later. No, I was thinking the webways actually, though I'm not sure if they're actually much faster than Imperial travel.
Infinitely faster.
Right. So we have in the cargo hold somewhere a big screaming Eldar thing that they seemed interested in. We can potentially use it to knock on the door of the webway and say, hey, demons are about to take over this whole sector of the galaxy. Maybe you'd like to not be dicks and help us out for once. I really don't see why the Eldar would be anything other than helpful considering the direness of the circumstance.
They are Eldar.
Yes, and they're also
Honestly,
going to
I
all
feel-
get eaten by the warp.
Honestly, I feel like they should already know and be doing something. Don't
You
we talk
forget
about there all the time?
Perhaps they are.
Enough.
Perhaps they're waiting at the door for us to show up.
or perhaps they're too arrogant to actually believe that any of this will make a change and that they're solely responsible for their own survival and just fuck off?
Eclectic, do you know any portals near us?
Let's make a intro for her.
Like, if things are as bad as we think they are, then maybe they're willing to talk. But historically, talks with the Elder they don't like talking to us.
Does she
Hmm.
want to borrow one of my fates?
Sure. Would you like her to reroll or buy in?
Buy in for one.
That's best.
Okay. Mm. I believe I could locate a gateway upon Halamnet, the nearby Ecumenopolis. I'll move you to. Would you like the faction colored
Yes.
sector map or the regular sector map? Okay.
Oh, good. It's PAL lines. Perfect.
Right. Where? Oh, okay, up here.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that is probably actually better for us, so we don't just explain shit to the Imperials.
Well, you heard my girl.
Okay then. Right. Once Reeve gets here, we'll talk to him about the Alliance thing. Head to Halamnet. Zip over to Bell World ? See what we can do.
Can we actually afford to wait?
Well, if the Flame Falcons, if we get there before the Flame Falcons, there's a very high chance Jal just bum rushes past us and obliterates the place without stopping to speak. So that gives us 30 days, assuming. I mean, she was just at Slade a few weeks ago. She can't be that close to Hellworld anyway. It'll take her at least a few months.
We could leave an info dump for Lord Reeves.
Well,
And it can be signed off by a psychic imprint from Baltus. Everything we've learned, everything we know, what we're trying to head off.
Yes, I'm still not. I'm not convinced we'll even be able to get the Flame Falcons down towards Hellworld. Any message that is convincing enough to will be impacted by this distortion. So they'll be missing most of it.
I can leave a data stick that is hard coded to his biometrics.
I'm not worried about Reeve understanding that it's us. I'm worried about not being able to be there to convince him, and also now, if the Flame Falcons can't get to Hellworld, how the hell are we supposed to?
Well, the webway.
We're jumping through the
Well,
webway.
yes, I understand, but I mean, how are we supposed to convince Jal to actually listen to us? We need help down there.
Well, you're pretty convincing, and apparently have a piece of Dark Age technology that understands the ways of the Eldari. See if you can convince them to drop you off at Melos, where Lord Jacques is.
Do you honestly think that Eldar would accept a Space Marine fleet through the webway?
I have before.
Yeah,
Okay, fair
we
enough
have
then.
before.
You just
It's
laugh.
rare. You'll have to do your very best. You will have to be the most convincing you have ever been to get them to believe this is such an urgent and important thing. But if anyone can, it is your lot. And there is precedent for it when they believe it necessary.
We're dancing on a knife's edge, and to the bold go victory. And in all of our history, there have been few people to afford an alliance with the Xenos, and yet you've managed to do it within a month's time.
Yes, because I'm the only one who fucking tried. Point made, though.
Oh,
God damn it, I
God,
was
this
really
is going
hoping
to
to
be
see
amusing.
Reeve.
I do wish to see Reeve once more. He did in fact save me from the claws of the Lord's dragon. However, we do have work to do, and it is bearing down upon us with all speed. The 13th Black Crusade has begun, and darkness closes on the Imperium.
Alright, of course. Alright then, it seems the course is set. Maeror, what are you planning to do?
I was going to come with you.
Alright.
Excellent.
Dealing with the Jarl is probably the most important thing right now. And Hellworld, it makes sense as the next target. I am very concerned about whatever they're going to try to destroy Valpurgis. But we'll hear about that when we hear about that, I suppose. We know what window she'll have at Hellworld. We can act on that. And you are going there by the fastest route. So, why go anywhere else?
Yeah. Why, indeed.
Okay then.
And you're right. We're dancing on a knife's edge. We're running out of time. This is indeed the best course of action. And to be honest with you guys, I'm not entirely sure Reeve would be a big fan of the Tau plan anyway. So you know what? Might as well. I do enjoy Mayor's company.
Very well. All pertinent data should be sent to me. Baltus, you will narrate.
There's so much paperwork.
Right, I'll leave a recording of myself to do the actual convincing, I suppose. Does anyone object to me trying to send a message to Jal, see if we can slow her down or redirect her?
Well, you sending a message to her, considering how much she loathes us, is only probably going to speed her up.
She
You
Oh, I was feeling about that.
But you can
you
try.
have managed a fair bit of sharing of MOs, haven't you?
Yes, that was practically forced by me bringing up some very obscure inquisitorial procedures that she probably didn't even know of herself.
She has a positive relationship with Juno out of all of us. Allow Juno to record her message. She is quite, how do you say, diplomatic.
Ah, yes, very charming indeed.
Just be very careful with your phrasing. You know, these warp distortions.
I was just going to
The worst possible misreading is going to be what she ends up getting.
say something like urgent request meeting on Melos, urgent request meeting on Melos, ... Figure if she's on her way to Hellworld, she'll divert to Milos, maybe, if she trusts us enough, and if she's not, then she might at least avert her path for a bit. We'll see.
Give it a stamp with all of your sororitas backing, and it probably wouldn't hurt if you also did your newly found traitor backing.
My what?
Oh, you haven't. Next time we're at well, actually, we're at a subsector capital right now. Do look yourself up, Juno.
Oh, okay.
You didn't know?
Know what?
Huh. Eloa's going to look at Maeror and give a little smile. I'll send you the links.
Okay. I'm confused and afraid, but very well.
I just happened to find some odd bits of some odd things in a couple of databases that I looked at and formalized everything. Made sure all of the proper authorizations were given.
Is this about the night?
Oh no.
Did you
Oh,
find that
We're
bogus warrant of trade we cooked up?
it's only
You have no such thing as a bogus warrant of trade.
correct. Enjoy
Oh.
your status, Captain.
I can't believe that worked.
Well, thank you, Maeror. Wow.
Make sure you use your new rubber stamp well.
Wait, are we rogue traders for real now?
I mean, technically,
We are not.
no.
She
She
is.
is.
Wait. I'm actually kind of offended.
What?
Oh,
Why?
what? Being inquisitorial operative is not good enough for you?
I mean, it's just, I'm the rebellious one. Juno's the good girl, and yet she's the rogue trader before me? I just feel like the universe played a joke on me or something.
I am quite.
She is the one who owns a ship.
I mean, yeah,
Juno
supposedly-
is very rich.
I am quite confused. You have an askewed view of rogue traders then.
I thought being a rogue trader was all about being free.
Being a rogue trader means whatever you want it to be. And
Exactly.
Juno will hardly be the first sister of battle to receive this. Although the last one I read of had a letter of marque.
I didn't know Sisters of Battle could have warrants at all, or... Huh.
Do you want
She
me?
had to renounce her position as a positions within any convents, but did keep her actual ranks and pay.
Wait,
Do
I
you
get
want me
paid?
to?
Since when?
Yeah. Juno, where do you think all this money has been coming from? You have an account. Sororitas get paid very well. Have you never checked your terminal? Oh wait, you're blind.
Right.
Or
Fuck you.
have you actually just been operating on all of the money you get from helping people?
Yes? And a lot of very wise investments.
You
And
do realize
trading.
that Narcia. You do realize that Narcia is all of our accountants, right?
You
Even
have any idea how rich you are? You could buy a planet! You could buy 2 planets!
Yeah,
You could buy a whole system!
I know that, but I've never gotten paid once by the Sororitas. I think they just registered me as
Just
dead.
included with the inquisitorial payments.
Did you get shoved so far in a closet that you forgot how money works?
No, I'm just saying, of all the income I have, none of it's from the ecclesiarchy. I probably have a lot of back
Incorrect.
pay stored up.
Incorrect. I've looked over your finances when Narcy needed help with the logistics.
There's so many zeros in there.
Yes, there's none that's actually labeled as from the ecclesiarchy. They don't do that, but your martial stipends and hermitage pay, that's from the sororitas.
Oh, that's what that was.
Stop being mean to Narcy.
You have so much money that you could buy me a ship so I could be a rogue trader?
I'm not that rich.
You are, actually. Well, you would be in a time of peace. Currently, the Forge Worlds all have back orders.
Exactly.
Right,
Also,
You're
right.
rich enough to.
I'll probably have to steal one.
I mean, well, if we hadn't had all our plans disrupted again, we were going to go steal a ship from Corellia, but oh well.
I mean, I don't even know why we keep making plans. They just seem to keep getting interrupted by the universe.
I know. Well, it helps me cope with my severe anxiety disorder.
Fair enough. Either way, I think we should get moving. We got a lot to do.
We are already currently moving.
Yes, well, let's move in a productive direction.
I already sent the coordinates to the helmsman.
Oh,
Yes. Suppose a question for you, Juno.
yes.
My ship. Should I just have it follow along?
Put a pin in that for a second. I need to go find out if Felix and or Augustus are coming with us when the Mother of Invention.
Yeah, Felix is probably not fit for fun elder adventures. He has a war to coordinate.
Not?
He would be a very responsible and regal person. Just the kind of person we need to break the news to Reeve with this whole Tau alliance.
He has a war to coordinate and a clone
What?
techie to breed.
I mean,
If
like what?
not a war, he certainly has the aftermath of a war to rebuild from.
Especially with the Black Crusade bearing down upon us and all.
Okay, fine. Can't take Felix. One of these days, though. Do need to find out if we can grab the Mother of Invention and or August. Back in a sec, because I don't want to make our fleet too big.
Yeah, the Eldar might take exceptional offense to that.
Oh no, I was more thinking the strain on the navigator. Oh, I suppose we only need to make one jump ourselves, so it doesn't matter that much.
Yes, well. My other ship is currently in orbit over Rebo. The minute can dock inside the clock when, if we decide to fall in with that one as well.
The what?
Oh, my ships. The big one is the Doomsday Clock. This one is the minute to midnight.
Oh, that's adorable.
And relevant, considering the times.
Right. Oh, I'll be right back. Just hurry out and go find Augustus. Augustus, change of plans dramatically. And info dump.
Oh.
Yeah, Oh. Also, now we're double rogue traders. Yes.
Ah, did one of the Lord's Inquisitor actually formalize everything?
Yes, Maeror stole the fake one and submitted it, so now it's a real one, I suppose. That's nice. Not sure what having 2 warrants of trade between us actually gets us, but we're here.
I believe the answer is less of a succession war once we have multiple children.
That is a good point. But anyway, speaking of our continued survival to have children, though, we do need to sort of get a move on. Do you, A, want to come with us, and B, if you do you think you can take the Mother of Invention? Or perhaps put that the other way around.
I definitely wish to accompany you. How long can we spare?
A few hours before we need to leave, I suppose. I mean, we don't know what our time frame is, but sooner the better.
All right. Pardon me, Juno. Lady Kira, can you prepare a shuttle for me?
Affirmative.
Right. I will explain the necessity to Felix once we are making ready to cast off.
Good. I'm sure he'll understand. After all, necessity is the mother of invention. All right. Be swift, my love.
I shall be with you in as soon as I am able.
No, we'll give him big smooch and trot off back to the rest of the warband. Okay. Mother Invention and Augie are in. Mayor, if you want to bring your big ship with little ship inside, should probably leave for Rebo now to pick it up. Or have it meet us in Halanet, I suppose, whichever.
Yes, I'll have a message sent. It won't be far behind us, if it isn't already there by the time we do arrive.
Excellent. All right. Best get to your stations, everyone. Make ready for warp transit. I will go and send a message down to the surface for Felix, I suppose, to deliver to Reeve.
Alright, I'll go down and hug the Gellerfield then.
All right.
You are several days away from the translation point, so.
Well, then, after going down with Amelie and Jeff, then she'll hug the Gellerfield.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone have anything else to do before we go into the Elder Webway?
Juno has a bunch of astropathic messages to send out, and she's going to ask Endeavor to use whatever communications buoys they have to get her recruit boys to GTFO Hellworld. And Juno's just gonna info dump everything we just fucking learned here.
Heck, even I want to leave a message for Eve. But I'll do that later in the RP channel.
Yeah, I think messages for Eve, y'all should probably just type up for me. We'll handle between sessions. So let's just do the navigator trip to Halemnet, and then we'll wrap. I guess.
Okay. Just print the thing again.
Yep, so first things first is going to be my measure of duration. Let's call that 9 days. Because it's 9 and a bit, dependent on where I measure from the two symbols. So let's call it 9 days, and the navigator must divine the auguries.
That is Cynicians?
Yep, she has a good chart, so this is a plus 20 Cynicians.
Good.
Alright, the auguries are pretty good.
I almost wish there was a warp storm, so we got stuck here for a couple days. Oh well.
Mm. Oh, who will lose? Snippy again.
Rip and Snips.
The Greeker net.
Mm. Well, if you're particularly lucky, you may get just a very brief meeting with Rave, but unless he kills you, I'm not expecting him to stop you from going to Halemnet.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And if he kills us, then it doesn't matter, so it's fine.
Yeah. If he tries, he'll die.
Yeah.
You have a bigger ship, you have more scary people, you even have fucking Maeror on side.
Yeah, he's not going to get to fight us in close quarters. He's just going to get lanced to death. The ship has no
and
armor.
We have a big, cuddly space marine who loves us very much.
I will make sure there's at least a possibility he's gonna be like that.
I mean, and also we just have Amelie.
Oh yeah, I mean we'll board his ship, but I mean, again, I'd rather not
While they're
have to
doing
fight
that,
Balti's
can I
dad.
sabotage the reactors?
It would be a lot of mood whiplash for Juno's notes to be like immediately switched from "Ask Reeve if he'll give me away at my wedding" to "Murder Reeve." But such is the path of the
I can't
radical, I
permit us to
suppose.
go that far. Holy shit!
Yeah, and his ship does have drop pod bays. He could just try to improvise those as boarding torpedoes.
I mean, okay, enjoy my stormtroopers and my space marine.
I mean, he has equivalent numbers of stormtroopers.
Yeah, and we have an exponential number more armsmen.
It's true. But in any case...
Why have you forgotten my Skitarii?
It's true.
They have best quality. They have best quality implements.
For most purposes, your Skitarii are just equivalent to stormtroopers.
Tell that to the Radstorm.
Not on my ship.
Yeah, that's not most purposes. But in any case, Juno, you are doing the regular full warding, yes?
We're not that rushed.
All right, so now it is time to locate the Astronomicon.
Can she locate Jock instead?
Using Jacques instead? Yeah, that will make this a -10 instead of a -20 Cynicians.
Okay. Hey.
Alright, so that's a +10 bonus to navigate warp tests. Now it is time to steer the vessel. She has detailed charts. She has located the Astronomicon. She is, however, doing a fleet action, so this is going to be a total plus 20.
All right, and that's before
Plus 20 and then ship.
and then ship, and then her bonus, so that's 20, 30, 45.
Yeah.
Boop.
Alright, so it's going to just be 2 days, because of course.
Zoom.
You're going to do the thing where you travel back in time again, aren't you?
Yay! Because, yeah, I do have 1d5 minus 5 days off of that. Let's just see where we end up. Yes, we go back in time a week. Excellent.
Fucking hell.
All right. So it turns out, really, we could actually just stay on Moab for a few days. And it'll be fine.
And
Unfortunately, you don't know that in advance.
And I was
Quick.
really right to just develop the concept of time for this game because we're truly screwing it which way in that every time.
Merz, can we pat Admiral Spire on the way through?
Well, we'll see. It is time for roll warp travel encounters. Let's see. DCL, roll me 1d100.
All right, let me roll it. 100. Why do I have an ominous feeling about this roll?
Etheric Reef.
Okay, that's one of the less awful ones, I suppose.
I mean, it
could just hurt the ship. I mean,
yeah, it kills people as well.
I mean, so does any damage to the ship.
Yeah. All right, it is a physical encounter. So, Navigator, it is a plus 10 Psyniscience test to notice it.
Okay. Psyniscience. God, this Navigator is really fucking good.
Ding!
All right, and now it is time to navigate around it. So, she has a plus 10 from the Astronomicon, and then, of course, the ship's plus 15, and her own plus 10 from Mastery.
Yep.
All right, and now it is time for Kira to roll 100. Yeah, what is the what's it called? Maneuverability on your ship?
That is, I believe, a plus 15.
Yeah. Yeah, Kira really struggles to fail these rolls. Yeah, she did not actually roll a 100, so she can navigate around the Etheric Rift, and of course, you are fully on target. A week early, you're going to arrive at Halamanet. Good job, Sloots.
Yay!
Captain?
We did it!
This
We
is
seem
the
to be
single
a
best
week
investment of
early.
influence I've ever made. Fuck you, Schindelgeist and Vindalex.
Oh.
Also, just very quickly go ahead and make the rolls for the Doomsday Clock.
I'm actually impressed. We seem to have traveled back in time once more.
It does keep happening, yes. The warp does seem to favor us at the moment.
Do we even need the warp blade? Do we even need the Eldar?
Why would any of you say any of this out loud?
Right? You're gonna make the warp jinx us.
So
I don't fear it anymore.
The thing is that our ship goes very, very fast over short distances, but not particularly advantageous over long distances. So when we make tiny
Also-
hops, yes, we do in fact kind of go back in time. Oh boy!
Well, oh, actually, sorry, there should have been an extra +10 on there because what's my help? I'm just going to be nice and let Maeror spend a fate point from far away. 'cause-
Yes, that's a 90 fucking 9.
There we go. That's much better.
I thought that was in the opposite for a second and almost lost my shit.
Psychic Riff. Oh boy, let's drive straight into it.
Right, so that's 1 day. Snippy, could you roll a D100?
Oh, I thought you never ask. Damn it.
That's not a 69, you bastard.
Alright, a psychic encounter with. Okay, so Navigator just makes a roll. Yep, they avoid hitting psychic predators. They're on course. So they're going to arrive a full week after you, despite their trip only taking 1 day.
No, that's perfect. Then we can, if we don't see Reeve on Moab, we can just redirect him to Halimnet while we're waiting. Like, please, Dad. Love us.
Mm. I mean, he does. He actually brought little gifts for the baboos. But no, you're never going to see him again.
No!
I feel like you just did critical damage to save him there.
Why would you do that?
I actually put serious thought into what presents he would get them.
Why do you keep doing this? First, let us talk to our Inquisition Dad. Come on. We've seen him twice in the entire campaign.
You don't understand. That's how he's the real Inquisition Dad. If he stays the good dad because he's barely on screen.
No, he's a shitty dad. He had fucking 20, 30 years of not being a dad to Baltus. This is just the extension of his cigarette run.
He just went to the corner for some cigarettes.
He is, as the Emperor intended, a great dad. Just like the Emperor.
It's his cigarette run, and then he's come back just after you've gotten on your school bus. And you can see him in the mirror, just looking really sad as he realizes he's missed you.
He actually was coming back.
Okay, that's it. No, Juno's putting her foot down. We're staying at Halimnet until fucking Reeve shows up. God damn it. We won we won 2 weeks from the fucking warp. Reeve, get your ass over here. I require my Inquisition Dad.
I guess we'll do Inquisition Dad next week then.
Yep. So let's do experience. Did you explore a new and interesting location?
I don't think we went anywhere new at all.
Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
Oh boy.
Lots.
Mm-hmm. Multiples.
Altogether, too many new information about the Gothic sector. Please stop.
Did you develop a relationship with an important NPC?
Maeror. Also Endeavor.
Yep. Did you discover a new page in a PC's story?
I'm a rogue trader.
Yep. You definitely advanced your investigations. Did you make a sacrifice for the greater good?
Yeah, Fucking, we saw Reeve in the back mirror of the school bus. We left him behind. Broke all our hearts. But then the warp was nice and let him catch up, so it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... If you were to just move on from Halomnet at best speed, then I'd let you count it.
No, it's not worth the XP. Having Reeve actually do anything productive in this campaign is worth more than 50 XP. I'm sorry.
Hey, he went to the mining planet and he solved that whole thing when we weren't looking.
That whole thing that had nothing to do with anything else in the entire campaign. He just went down a fucking side quest.
Everyone just wants to get head patted by Dad, okay?
Yes. Yeah, he went and did a side quest for you because, you picked out for two options the one that was actually the main quest.
You say he did a side quest for us. We're doing the main quest for him. He's the one who's supposed to be in charge here.
He is very busy keeping the Lady Sector from just shooting herself out of depression at how much fucking paperwork there is in being a Lady Sector.
Oh, I know that.
No
feeling.
wonder she and Felix get along so well. They both have suicidal depression. Oh boy. Yeah.
So a buck 50.
It's 200.
200.
Oh.
Yeah. He does also actually have an important message from the High Lords of Terra.
Oh, that's right. We actually do need to talk to fucking Reeve. That's right. Okay. Yeah, we have to stick around somewhere.
I was really hoping you were just gonna skip it to go fuck around with the town.
Yeah, I just forgot all about that. Yeah, we need to.
How?
Because it was hours ago before all this shit happened.
To be fair with you, Savin, we have been info-dumped with so much important information in this single session that, I kind of forgot about it too.
So yeah, we should absolutely wait for Reeve because Jesus Christ, that could be critical. I will rely on Juno's sending a message to Amy to delay her if necessary, but I think the warp has been nice enough to buy us time if necessary.
Frankly, I think I should be allowed to fight her. Frankly, I feel like I should be allowed to fight her to determine who the true Amy is.
I mean, look, if she gives us a good reason to fight her, I'm all for you murdering this bitch. She's a genocidal maniac. I mean, in character, Juno would be appalled, but Savin is like, yeah, fuck this lady.
She is not a nice person.
No.
That's why I must wrestle away the title of Amy from her.
And there is a reason she is in Known Foes.
Yeah, well...
Even after you got her to start swapping strategies and how to fight people.
We could have been friends, Amy. All you have to do is not be a dick.
But we are friends. The real Amy. The better one.
You were my brother, Anakin.
I mean, literally in this case, you were my sister, Inquisitor Jal, because we're both sororitas.
Okay, so at least not everything is terrible. Reeve is gonna be disappointed with our current friendship with the Tau, but he's gonna be happy about all the other shit we accomplished, so he's only gonna be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe I can sell it to him. Well, no.
Look, I'm sure between the two of us, mostly Juno, that we can get Reeve on board.
Look, sometimes you have to disappoint your dad and bring home a black boyfriend.
A blue girlfriend in this case, but yes. We love her very much.
Same.
My girlfriend is gray.
Yeah. Yep. Eloa has a grey girlfriend. Narcia has at least one blue girl trying to become girlfriend.
I am in a polyamorous relationship with both Jeff and Violence.
And also occasionally just sleep with Eloa and Eclectic.
Well, I mean, they asked nicely. It's just rude to say no.
I mean, you were the one that asked after Eloa completely swept an entire floor with her chain gun.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Actually,
And
Eclectic
also,
asked first.
I mean, and also, her and Jeff have been swapping porn for a while.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Even before you just massacred people with a chain gun, Eclectic just suggested foursome.
I mean, that's what the 2 days going towards the warp gate is for.
True.
Point is, look at a eclectic. Am I going to say no to that? She's adorable. Come on.
Look, it's okay. She's a robot, not a Xeno. It doesn't count. Everything's fine.
Robot waifu.
It feels the same energy of saying it doesn't count. It was anal.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly the same energy. She's not
Juno
a
is a
real
nun.
Eldar, so it's fine. Actually, tapping Eldar pussy is a right reserved exclusively for Primarchs. The rest of us have to just kind of deal with this mess over here.
Reminds me. During the actually no, the transit doesn't take that long, does it?
In like 2 days.
Do you remember when I said to
will-
Endeavor that I'd have positive news for her?
Mm-hmm.
I lied. I'm gonna talk to her about the interrogation.
Juno already
how the-
info all that stuff on her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and actually, that is something I forgot about. Yes, Amy.
Yes, I'm still here.
At some point, you are just going to get a message from Endeavor about the thing you talked about, and it includes manufacturing blueprints and experimental designs. It looks like a pneumatic gauntlet, and then, well, yeah, the regular design, the regular blueprints are for a big pneumatic style gauntlet. The experimental designs appear to be translating that technology into a sword. But when you strike someone, it just fires its blade into the person's body and then replaces it from an internal canister.
So Big Papa E would be alright with a little heresy, so long as it was for glorious melee combat, right?
You would never find out, Amy. Why are you asking me this?
Like, it's okay for a little heresy, right? For glorious melee combat. Like, if I just, I don't know, pat her head a little bit, that won't count, right?
Okay, Amy, hold on a second. You want... do you want to use a melee Tau weapon?
Do those even exist?
No,
I mean,
they
what's
don't.
about to?
Yeah, they do actually. Okay, look, you're gonna bring it to me without saying anything to Lord Magos. We're gonna put some skulls on it, gilded in gold, and put a bunch of melted candle waxes on it. It'll be fine.
Here are the blueprints, here are the specifications I want exactly.
Oh my fucking god. Okay.
Also, I wasn't asking if it was okay to use the sword. I was going to use that anyways. I was actually asking if it was okay that I fucked her for giving you this, because this looks awesome.
Between you and me, by the Emperor, yes, absolutely fine. The Omnicert, no, he would hate your guts for it.
Alright. She's working her way up, but I think I can resist temptation.
Good girl. Good girl.
The sword, however. I want the sword.
I don't know how the fuck to make this. Holy shit.
You have favor, all that
I'm
shit.
gonna have to talk with the Earthcast goons.
Yes. The sword as it is definitely scaled for attaching to a battle suit.
Yo, could we attach the sword to the knight, though?
Probably, yeah.
What scale of battle suit again?
Okay, so there's the big question. Do
Gundam
we
size.
scale it up for the knight, or do we scale it down for you?
Why not both?
Well, it depends. It's easier to scale it down and give it to Amy. It's slightly harder to scale it up without any of the mechanicum, knowing the sheer tech heresy that this would involve.
Okay,
To
that's
put a Xena design on an Imperial Knight.
Oh yeah, my knight would actually probably be mad about it anyway. Yeah, fair point.
Like, okay, I can cover so much.
Look, at the end of the day, Amy's just going to be wielding a former demon sword and a Tau sword. Reeve's going to hate us, but just put it in a closet and it'll be fine.
Also the cat ears. And the fact that I'm a girl. Wow, I really am pretty radical. Without even trying to be.
Reeve doesn't hate women.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
Oh no, I wasn't saying Reeves hates me for that.
oh,
I'm
exactly,
confused,
because
but okay.
Reeve is almost exclusively having pretty-looking ladies on his warband. I don't know if you've noticed, Juno.
I have noticed, yes. And then there's
The only
Baltus.
reason why we even got people like Ro was, I think, complete by accident.
Yes, it's clear to me that we are all meant to be a harem for his son, but it just didn't work out that way.
His son is a perfectly fine gentleman
Yes, Baltus is very
and
nice,
has not taken
and I love
advantage
his
of
wife.
his position.
I want to see this. So we're actually a cast of harem anime characters, but the protagonist was just like, nah, I'm cool with letting you do your own thing.
Who's did the fuck?
Yeah, one of the two boys in Reeves' warband.
I see Reeves as a man of taste.
I knew what fucking Reeve was about. He's unlike
Oh,
most
actually,
of the people in
three,
the
because
Imperium.
I guess Null does technically count as male.
I mean, he's a tech priest. He doesn't count as gendered. His
We
sexuality
also
is
probably got
Hey.
him by accident.
Hey.
True. His gender is servitor, and his sexuality is genocide.
Like many of the Emperors. Actually, holy shit, it's 12:30. I'm going to go now.
Yep.
I did not realize how late it was. Jesus fucking Christ.
Merz done got us again.
All right. Fuck yeah, I need to go. There's some stuff I still need to get done before I sleep. Fuck.
All right, bye,
Ah,
DCL.
shit.
Take care.
All right, bye bye.
Yeah, on that note, I guess if you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for 70, and until then, do take care.